everybody. Welcome in Mysteries with Mr. B, Mr. Belgic. Here today I have a fantastic panel, a really fantastic panel with Mr. Dehan from BBOR, Black Box Online Radio, Mr. Andrew Gray Druzer
Hi,
from
folks.
uh, Mr. Mike Morford, Mr. Shake Dog Shake, and Mr. Haltug. So, Guy, thank you very much for accepting my invitation for the episode 13 of the Zodiac Killer Mystery. Today we have a great panel, so I'm really excited to start to talking about the Zodiac and the mystery and what we know, what we don't know. So, like uh, Mike Morford is new on the panel, we will start to talking about the suspect first today, or we will start to talk about what do you think, Shake, about the documentary you have seen on Netflix and on YouTube. And yeah, so guys, how are you doing?
Great.
Yeah, perfect.
Everybody's fine?
That's right.
Okay, great. I hope in the chat that everybody's fine. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for your constant support. So, Ned, we'll start to talking about what topic today.
Well, we've got more on the panel. We might as well ask a few things about suspect McDuff, and also just perhaps use this as an opportunity for Morph to talk about his experiences with the Zodiac Killer Mystery. Prior to the start of the episode today, we were just talking for a little bit, and Morph was walking us through some of his observations that he made about the Zodiac Killer suspect, Ross Sullivan. And I was telling Druzer that, we get the questions about Ross Sullivan a lot, even though it's been years and years and years. People often ask a lot of the same questions, like over and over again, but we have Morph here. And Morph has really done a very big exploration into Ross Sullivan as a Zodiac Killer suspect. And Morph, do you want to kind of take us from the ground up, like the very beginning of your research expeditions into these suspects?
Yes, I've been working the Zodiac case, digging into it, researching it since I was, in high school. I think that's when I wrote my first book report on the case. And then, once the online came on, there were different forums and whatnot. That's when I really started being able to find a lot more material at my fingertips, because I grew up in New Jersey, which is on the other coast from California. So it's a little bit hard to go to crime scenes and go to libraries there. So, the online experience helped me a lot. And I was able to gather a lot of information and make some contacts within law enforcement and, obtain different files. And, along the way, I was able to get a lot of documents that had never been released in the case, released from the FBI. I probably sent them 50 different requests for documents, and eventually they sent me a letter and said, "This is everything we have. Don't write us again." Basically, that was their way of getting me to stop contacting them, and they released everything else they said they had in their archive. So, that was my experience with them and being a thorn in their side. But as far as diving into suspects, I came across several names in files, and I took it upon myself one day to just sort of go through one at a time and look at each name and see what I could find out about them, see if I could find photos, criminal records, anything like that. And when I found Ross's name in the files, that Riverside connection had interested me, because at the time I was 100% convinced that Zodiac was from Riverside. So when I found him and started digging, and then, finally saw a photo of him, I was like, whoa, that really blew me away, because this guy looked exactly like the sketch. He's probably, to this day, he's probably the closest of anybody that looks to that sketch, in my opinion. But, so I was hooked. I had the Riverside connection. I had him looking just like Zodiac. And there were some reports from people that knew him that he was a suspect in the Bates case. And people that knew him said he had gone to San Francisco. So I spent a lot of time, money, and resources trying to find out what I could about him. You know, interestingly, he died in 1977, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he had, on his death certificate, it said that he had been a community resident. He had been a county resident there for, I think it was 3 years, so going back to 74. But there's no record of him ever not living there. So I'm not sure where he was before that. But I could never place him in Vallejo. Was always problem number one. And although somebody said he had been in San Francisco, I could never place him in San Francisco. And on top of that was the height issue. Because by most accounts, Zodiac's definitely under 6 feet tall, and he's 6'2", I think he was. So that I'm a little bit flexible on that. People can be off on a description, but if there's nothing to tie somebody to that area of Vallejo, if you can't place them in Vallejo or San Francisco during the Zodiac crime, I don't think you can really stand on two legs with that person as a suspect. So that sort of made me put him on the back burner. And I know it seemed like when I put him on the back burner, a lot of other people picked up on him and started running with him. I know people are still talking about him. For me, I think if there was something to find, I would have found it with all the time and money I spent on him. So I moved on from him as a suspect.
But Morph, I do have a follow-up for you, because are you familiar with the story from Tahoe 27 where she began investigating Ross Sullivan, and she contacted his brother, and his brother said that there's a private family reason of why Ross Sullivan should be eliminated from the Zodiac Killer mystery, and he told her what it was, but she agreed not to share it publicly. That was the one condition. Are you familiar with that story?
I vaguely remember it. I contacted the brother too, and I told him flat out, I said, look, if I'm wrong and he's not, I'll help you clear his name. I'll be the first one. I offered to pay for DNA testing. And I said, if he's not him, I'll help you clear his name, and I'll say it myself publicly. He's not the right guy. But he basically just looked at us as a bunch of crazy Zodiac people and said, no, you guys are crazy. And his other brother that died, for what it's worth, supposedly thought he was a Zodiac. Now, since he was dead, why he thought that, but that's what was reported, that his other brother did think he was Zodiac. So it's as far as it got for me. I never was able to get anything else, and I just, without being able to place him for sure in one of those two cities, on top of the height issue for me, I just don't think there's anything there strong enough. And then as I thought about it more, although I think Zodiac was quote unquote insane, I think he was like a controlled insane person, whereas I think Ross was given to fits of his disease. I don't think he could always control himself in what he did. So for me, I tend to think that would have been an issue as well, as far as Ross being Zodiac, because I think that would have just not made him clear enough to send the letters and the bomb diagrams and the ciphers and stuff.
Now, I don't mean to ask all the questions, but I have just one more question for you, Morph, and it is that there was the chart on ZodiacRevisited.com, which is run by Michael Cole, where he listed off, okay, these are the suspects, this is the chief proponent, this is the first person to make the discovery and bring the suspect onto the radar. And on ZodiacRevisited.com back in 2020, it stated that Ross Sullivan was discovered by Howard Davis. Is that true, or...
So, well, yes and no. Howard Davis presented the original report from the librarians that suspected Ross was Sherry's killer, and he sort of got that in his possession, and he threw it out to the community. But he wasn't interested in Ross as a suspect. I don't even think he even followed up on it. He had his own guy. We know who that was. Right. So I don't think he had any interest in following up on it. And it sat there for years. And it wasn't until I went back and looked at those old defunct, I think they were Google forums, those old online forums, where people just talked in almost like a Reddit, whatever it was back then. And Ross's name and information was there. And that's what made me go back and I wanted to cross him off my list, because I had a lot of other people's names. I was able to rule them out based on different things. But I wanted to find out more about Ross. And that's when I went through, I got like unredacted copies of stuff pertaining to him. the letter from the librarians. I started getting all this stuff on my own. I made contact with the reporter who had a lot of Ross Sullivan stuff that was high on Ross Sullivan as a suspect. I made contact with his family, and all the Zodiac documents you saw in that A&E special, or was it A&E? I can't remember. It's been so long now. But the one that Dave was on with the supercomputer, that show, all the materials you saw in that, I facilitated that stuff from the reporter's family, and then in there, I mean, there was some interesting stuff. There was some stuff where the reporter asked Dave Toschi, he was talking back and forth with Dave Toschi, and it says that he was they compared fingerprints, but the terminology was, I think it was compared prints unsuccessfully or something like that. So I don't know if that meant that they didn't match or they weren't able to compare them. So it left it open in my mind that, there's nothing conclusively in there that ruled him out. But again, my issues with him were, his mental state, his height, and the mere lack that I could never place him, no matter how much energy I put into placing him in Vallejo or San Francisco.
Right. But do you think Sullivan is still a good suspect for Cherry Joe Bates?
I mean, he's still to this day. You think you can put any other suspect's picture next to that sketch, and I'm the first one to tell you that sketch is probably not 100% accurate, but it just so happens that Ross looks almost identical, and he's got that Riverside Library connection. I mean, those two things, it's kind of hard just to throw them out completely based on those things. But unfortunately, that's like the meat on the bones are those two things. There's nothing else. I mean, although, I did find that he had taken some things to do with ciphers in school. He had done some stuff with ciphers. But beyond that, there's just really nothing there that I could find that would, make him Zodiac in my mind.
No.
I think it's odd because Sullivan is like one of the very few suspects that we know of in Riverside. So he's always going to poll high. Same with Arthur Allen in the Zodiac case, and they're both interesting for several reasons. But in a sense, they're maybe two people that we know didn't commit either crimes, because unlike most people that we read about, these guys have actually had their prints compared. Just as we know that Allen's right palm didn't match the print found on the Exorcist letter, we know that Sullivan was looked at in 1966, and we know that the prints were compared and we didn't have a follow-up, but if we didn't have a follow-up, we know they didn't match, right?
Right.
Yeah, you would think.
We have a question here from Chris. Is Max still a top suspect? Macduff, I suppose.
In my mind, he is. I
don't
have any doubt.
Hey, can you explain your reason to believe that Macduff is a good suspect for the Zodiac mystery?
I have to do it in a way that I can whittle it down and not take an hour of your time.
Take your time, Mike. You have all the time.
So let me say this. So after I spent so much time in Riverside, I can't tell you how many names of Riverside people I had, compared it to names to people in Vallejo, and cross-referenced it. I found people that had lived in Riverside during the Sherry Joe Bates murder that wound up in Vallejo. I checked to see if they had criminal records and compared other things, what they looked like physically. I mean, I was coming up with, and I could find a very small list of people. I could never find anybody that was convinced. And I got tired of spending so much time and energy trying to prove this Riverside connection. And I talked to a detective friend of mine, and he says, listen, you're spending a lot of time looking in Riverside. You don't even know for sure that's a Zodiac murder. He says, why don't you concentrate on the confirmed Zodiac murders. So that was a fresh thing for me. I said, you know what, that's a good idea. Let me go back and look at the Zodiac murder. So I started thinking with the Blue Rock Springs attack that I looked at the time he shot them versus the time he made that phone call afterwards. And I figured that the drive to that phone booth was 2.7 miles, I think it was. Depending on the speed that he drove, that should have been 10, 15 minutes tops that he would drive, make that call, and you'd think presumably drive out of town. Instead, that call came, 35 minutes later? So to me, I started thinking, why he's made this clean getaway? Why is he hanging around in Vallejo at this phone booth with a chance of getting spotted by a witness or cops or something? And I started thinking, I wonder if he could be walking to that phone booth and planted the idea of the car and the letter. Somebody saw my car. Really tried to sell that car, in my opinion. And I said, I wonder if he's really walking there and wanted to misdirect the police. So I started looking at people within, close walking distance to that phone booth. I think I put like a reasonable. I tried to put myself in his mind that if he saw headlights or something he wanted to run, he'd want to get to his house pretty quickly. So I started saying, all right, let me look at everybody within 300, 400 yards, something like that. I fanned out. I got a old Hoax directory, and I was able to label everybody's address, who lived there. Then I went through and plotted family members of each person that lived there, and I was able to come up with several names, several family members. I ruled them out if they were Black, Hispanic, Asian, and I whittled down this list. And as it turned out, there were really not many homes close to that phone booth, and one of them was Max, because they had a business there. They lived in part of the business and worked. And if you look out Mac's front door, you could see that phone booth from his house. And it's 287 feet away. So when I found his name, he had a general resemblance to the Zodiac description. He had a big face, glasses, crew cut. And I was like, well, I've seen 1,000 guys like that. I wasn't really excited about that. So I just put him on the list. And I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send away for his handwriting and get my hands on his Social Security application. And what I thought was, when I got the Social Security application back, it wouldn't look anything like Zodiac's, and I would just rule this guy out quick. When I got his writing back, I was like, oh my God, it's the same exact slant as Zodiac's. And right then I knew right away, I saw some things that looked a lot like it. So I started digging full strength at that point, because you've got a guy 287 feet from the phone booth that with the writing that looks like him, description looks like him. I enlisted some people behind the scenes to help me, and I don't remember if they've come forward because they wanted to sit in the background, so I'm not going to name their names. But a couple of them helped me dig up and find some stuff, and the big find was the fact that he had an interest in ciphers. He had a couple books on it, and when he died, his wife found a book that he had hidden on ciphers. It was a copy of a book that she wanted him to throw away, but he wouldn't throw it away. And in fact, she said it was his second copy. He liked it so much. He lost the first one and wanted it again. So I started seeing that kind of stuff. And then I find out he's 5'8". He was in his 20s at the time of the Zodiac murders. He lined up very good with Mike Mageau's description. Large round face. That 2.7 miles to the Blue Rock Springs case gave him time to go home, park his car, take off his clothes, hide his guns, and that would explain that extra time that was missing. So as I started finding more and more stuff, we found out this guy had a cousin in Deer Lodge, Montana, that was dying when the Zodiac had his discussion at Lake Berryessa and mentioned Deer Lodge. He had a cousin there that was dying at that moment. And that Deer Lodge story never really appeared in any local Bay news. So for Zodiac to pick that as a conversation, to me, I think he had to have picked that for some reason. And since it wasn't in the news in the Bay Area, I think it's because it was Mac, and his family had talked to him about his cousin that was dying, and he just mentioned it as part of this cover story and never thought anybody would ever connect it. So to me, all of that stuff, the fact he was good with guns, his timeline. He was a loner pretty much. His friends all left him. They got careers. They got married. They went off to serve in the military. He got stuck, left behind in Vallejo, and the only time you'd see his name is when he'd turn up at these weddings for other people. And when he took a state job in the spring of '71, and that's when the Zodiac letter stopped. Then he met his wife, future wife, in 1974. That's when the Zodiac letter started again. He married his wife in October of '74. That was the last official documented Zodiac letter. And then, years later, you get this 1990, could be from Zodiac. Well, here to come to find out, I do a property search, and Mac owns property in that area, which is way far away from Vallejo. So it's not like a coincidence that he bought land a couple towns over. This was like 200 miles away. So to me, it's a collection of everything. Once or twice, you could say, is a coincidence. For me, the amount of things that have just added up and just kept adding up is too much. Another thing, there's a music store right next to his house, and Donna Last, the missing nurse, her family, she had family member working there at the time. So in my mind, I'm thinking he didn't really do anything to Donna Last, but he could have heard that story for sure. He could have been in that music store and saw a reward poster on the wall, or heard her talking about it and said, "Oh, I'm going to take credit for this Donna Last thing." So to me, I'm 100% convinced, based on everything I see, that he was Zodiac, and I'm hoping that genealogy will solve the case, DNA will solve the case, and I'll be proven right. And if he's not, if for some reason it's somebody else, I'll come right out and say that I was wrong. But to me, there's just too much lining up. I'm confident.
And do you connect Macduff with Cherry Joe Bates? Also with Cherry Joe Bates?
Well, so that's the interesting thing. So to me, that the most crucial thing that, in my mind, that confirmed that Zodiac connection was the letter writing, because later on he used Zodiac used the same twitch and squirm line that the Bates writer used. I said, there's no way that's a coincidence. There is no way. Those two words, and even misspelled twitch the same way. And I said, to me, that can't be a coincidence. Nobody's going to use that same thing that they used way back in Riverside in 1967, and all of a sudden now Zodiac's using it. It's got to be the same guy. Well, here, Richard and I did an episode. We went back and looked, and sure enough, there was a magazine article, a True Detective comic book style magazine, that recounted the Cherry Joe Bates murder item for item, showed the letters, showed the misspellings. If he read this story in that detective magazine, which I think he did, he could have copied exactly what that writer did in that case and used it as Zodiac. And I think that's what happened. I think he got the same misspellings, the same words, knew about the case from that detective magazine, because there was no other way in my mind that it could be a coincidence. And now with the proof that there was a magazine that he could have read as Zodiac about Sherry's case, that opened up the possibility to, okay, it doesn't have to be the same person.
Fascinating. Guys, do you have questions for Mike?
Oh, loads of questions though. But do Altug or Shake want to ask something?
Yeah, Shake, you are new. You are also new in the panel discussion. So, if you want to introduce yourself, say where you come from how many time you are on this case, the reason you are on this case. Have you a suspect?
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. And a big hello to the guys in the audience and the comment section. Michael, I'm reading everything that you're sending to me. Okay, I will get back to you. Okay, so it's a paradox for me because my interest in the case began around 2001, 2002. That was when a website came online. It was about the Black Dahlia murder, but it made the very interesting allegation that first they knew the killer, the people behind the website knew the killer, and that the information was that the same person responsible for the Dahlia murder was also responsible for the canonical, at least, Zodiac murders. So that's where I begin to pick up information. And then I remember it was advertised in a website about the Whitechapel murders. I think that website is still around, casebook.org. But it was many, many years and many, many movies and many, many documentaries until I started actually posting on Tapatalk. That could be right after the DNA December 21 news or lack of news eventually. So that was round one because due to various reasons, I found myself on Discord under the care of Druzer, who I have to thank because he's the reason I'm here today. He's the reason he supported me in my own research. And then I began to understand that you have to begin from ground zero, from square one, actually. And then I found myself being even more and more immersed into this research, resulting in me being with a few other esteemed fellows in our own Zodiac Theory Discord server in parallel with the work that we do on the Tapatalk Discord and sharing information and trying to build what I feel is a database of information. So for me, the very distinct methodologies that I try to apply is first of all a systemic approach. This means that cases must be viewed in the context of a unified framework. That has to be the background of the victims, that has to be the genealogy. And by genealogy, I don't necessarily or exclusively mean who was your grandfather, but who married into whom, uh, which marriages were for money, for interest, and to what extent choices of dates, locations, and murder sites in general were random or not. To my knowledge, I am one of the two people interested so deeply into the genealogical aspect. The other person is Souza. I have to say hello in the audience. She's been amazing. And so, what I would like to share with you guys as some finds so far is that there seems to be a correlation of all the victims with the locations, and the dates seem to be of a high importance for the killer. Now, if the St. Vincent de Paul is one crucial item, for example, that could lead us to assume or hypothesize that the killer was Catholic, of the Catholic doctrine, at least raised as a Catholic, that opened the way for me to look further into the Irish community of Vallejo. At the same time, it allowed me to broaden the scope of the victim's background, their beliefs, their employments, their associations, and be able to find some data of interest. For example, one that I shared yesterday at the server was that the family of Mageau, the Fugate family, are associated to the scandal of the Starkweather Fugate serial killer murder spree. At the same time, the Mageaus seem to come from a rather problematic background. This seems to draw an association with the background of the Suenan family. So one could surmise, how can I reconcile this coincidence into a sphere where everything is considered as a coincidence? Why was Stein murdered on the 1 year anniversary of his stepfather's obituary? Why was his wife allegedly, if the DMV letter is to that direction, harassed by the killer? Did that happen? Did the killer happen to know that there are 4 suicides in the family of Claudia Westcott, her father, her grandfather, her great grandfather, her great uncle? They all committed suicide. So it seems that from one side, these are people that are characteristic of the late 60s America. But if you dig a bit deeply, you can see that that's not the case. These were not counterculture boys. These were not boys and girls that went to marches and parades against Vietnam. These were different types of people, and even the coupling of the victims can have its own interpretation. Now, I have tried to follow, for example, on the PGE background of Faraday's father, and that led me to find out that the Faradays and the Swanens were neighbors actually in 1930s Oakland. Was this to the knowledge of the killer? Was there a predatory aspect to the background of the victims? Is it a coincidence that the Stein murder route mirrors 100% the route of Dr. Robbins from his office, which was on Post and Mason, back to his house. Is it a coincidence that the area of the St. Francis Hotel on Mason and Geary is connected to the background of both Leo Swen and the grandfather and the Mageau family? Mike Mageau is a direct descendant of Admiral Dewey. The Dewey Monument is there. So one can only speculate to what extent these outliers were coincidental or not. And if you want to merge into the picture the discussion that we have right now, for example, at the server about the actual sequence, the logical and time sequence of events at the Lake Herman incident, the first murder, you see a lot of fallacies in what we know to be true after 55 years. So maybe all this is an indication that building from scratch, building with a systemic approach, and building with the use of modern technology, not only with databases, we have tried that in the server, but maybe we need to go forward and try to see web databases where combinational queries can be asked in order to make sense of the combined information. So all that are things that I try to bring to the table. I have a very busy schedule, working as an engineer, postdoctoral research associate. So it's like 36 hours a day are not enough. I try to dedicate a lot of hours weekly. My friends know that. And so being passionate and committed is one aspect, but you have to be coldly rational. And that, in a sense of paradox, opens the way to embrace all possibilities without necessarily adopting all probabilities. So that's for round one. Michael told me to take my sweater off for round two. I'm not sure I will do it, but let's pass the microphone around and we'll see where that takes us. Thank you guys for your patience.
I like that
Amazing.
Sheepdog says that you have to be rational. Imagine that. There's a lot of irrational people talking Zodiac, and it's good to have some rationality too.
Yeah, that's
Quick
true.
follow-up, Sheepdog. What did you say was the connection between the Mageau family and the Starkweather Fugate murders from 57-58? What was that connection?
It was from Robert Williams Mageau's father, who was Vernon Fugate. Now, Vernon Fugate died at the age of 24, 25, if I'm not mistaken. He was briefly an electrician in Los Angeles. That's where he married Marie Ellen Mageau. And from what it seems, Robert William Mageau was raised with his mother's biological last name. So the Fugate family has a rich background. There are actually two Fugates, one in Vallejo and one in San Francisco, at the timelines that we are examining. And it seems that there is a common root of the family, which would lead Robert William Mageau to be like the fifth or sixth generation cousin of Carrie Ann Fugate. She was the companion of Starkweather. Now, one would say that this is something, like a piece of encyclopedic trivia. But in this case, when you can actually find the bridge between this and that high profile case, and if you take into consideration that a possible interpretation of the exorcist number 37, the letter at the end of the exorcist letter, January 29 was when the William Franklin Fugate, the father of Carrie Ann Fugate, was away when the murders happened because, as you know, his wife had remarried, etc. He had his army service draft in January 29, 1941. The first public announcement of the victims and the Nebraska Safety Patrol communique for the runaway couple was on January 29, 1958. Nebraska is the 37th state. Now, the Eisenhower stamp on the exorcist letter points to Kansas, of course. Souza has done, by the way, an amazing analysis of the exorcist letter. And I picked up on that and I say, okay, January 29 is Kansas Day. Kansas is state number 34. So maybe 37 could be that or not. There was, by the way, an Egypt Air accident 1 year precisely prior to the exorcist letter, January 29, 1973. 37 dead victims, everyone on board. So you see that this opens the possibility for many concurrent layers of interpretation. The worst thing about the Zodiac is that all of these outliers could be valid at the same time, because this is a guy, this is what Morph said, a legally sane but totally insane killer who liked to do this kind of double or triple layer outlier into his letters or work or whatever. And this is a guy who wrote more than he killed. Even if we assume that the index 14 is correct, this is a guy who talks more than he kills. So this is an obsessed predator. This is why I have developed a hypothesis of him being a stalker of the victim's parents. I believe his age, that's the hypothesis, of course, and please allow me to make the hypothesis with all margin of error. My hypothesis is that he was around the age of the victim's parents, probably stacked or some kind of association or liaison, maybe one way on his behalf, maybe due to his professional background. And to kind of contradict, I hope not, my previous statement about rationality, my hypothesis includes not only a main assassin, but let's say a small clique of assistant elements. And this will take many panel discussion, and I hope not too many Xanax pills for me to expand to every one of you. But let's leave that as a trailer for future reference. Thanks again.
Fascinating. But you have all the time. So if you want to talk about what you want to talk about, there is no problem. Take the time you want. Yeah, it's really fascinating. Wow.
These are people that have been mentioned. These are people that you might recognize. If I start the name dropping here, you would say, "Oh, I know this guy is a suspect on its own merit," or this is something that we have discussed on Tapatalk or elsewhere. And maybe you'll say there are things that disqualify him, but information has come, and I try to slowly present it. I take my time to write things down because I have to be very careful and provide references and try to make things into cohesive narrative. So, for example, to do some name dropping, Hauser knew a business associate in Marin County who also knew, from what it seems, my suspect, Edwards. So you have a guy who knows Hauser, you have a guy who knows Edwards, and there's a third person. I would not like to share his name. He has been named in association with the Kathleen Jones case, very much so, and in reference with the Lake Tahoe area. And there's information that he and Edwards at least knew each other. And by the way, the Robins and the von Haftens knew Hauser as well. This is via his uncle at the San Francisco Orchestra. There's also an interesting article where Dr. Robbins is out in the Bay Area county doing some folk pagan themed dance, and there is Mr. Hauser, Frank Stanley Hauser, playing the violin for them. That's just an example, but you have to look into concrete, tangible information to make the case that yes, person A actually knew person B.
I'd just like to say that Edwards was a guy that I initially thought was really good for physical attributes, and obviously he was a killer and played with the media, and then so many other commentators muddied the water with regard to his involvement. But it wasn't until Sheikh showed me evidence that he was in fact in the area throughout the crimes that I started to really think he might be onto something.
But everybody, though, as far as the stuff about muddying the waters go, and we have Ed Edwards ciphers in the chat as well, is this true that with the Ed Edwards theory, it's that he was the Zodiac Killer and the Black Dahlia Avenger, but he would have been 13 years old at the time of the Black Dahlia murder? Is that right?
No.
Druzer shaking.
First of all, you can make the hypothesis and the case that he was the Zodiac Killer regardless of any other crimes. The one crime that the two crimes, for which I would assume he's directly involved. The one is the Peyton Allen murder in Portland, 1960. He has been the sole named suspect in the case for decades by the Portland law enforcement agencies. And the other case, I would assume, is a general hypothesis about the connection of the Robinson family murders to the Zodiac case. I found actually who Dr. Guidini was. Now, Dr. Guidini, from the famous ad piece, was actually Giuseppe Guidini. He was an Italian chemist who went to London. He took a job for the Homelight oil company. He married into Armenian diaspora money. His wife was part of the Armenian expatriates around this Homelight oil company. I would like to point out that the successor of this oil company is BP. So this is some huge money involved here. Giuseppe Guidini made the papers with his photo only once, when his 4-year-old daughter was the youngest mountaineer in the world at the top of the Alps. This daughter actually was Flavia Paolon, who was for decades the artistic director of the Biennale in the Venice Film Festival. So this is again another high-profile name. Now, the case that the killer may or may not have done with the Zodius reference and the Dr. Guidini reference is that in the way that Dr. Guidini seemed to marry into Armenian money, Richard Carr Robinson, his account, his sole portfolio was the Manoogian family of Detroit, the very rich family of the Manoogians. Richard Carr Robinson was the handler of the advertising portfolio of the Manoogians. Interestingly, after the murder, the portfolio went to a company where an associate of Joseph Stephen Holt was employed. So you see now that I'm bringing another name into the discussion, Joseph Stephen Holt. And actually, the background of Joseph Stephen Holt is by family related to the family of the Ruthers. This leads us to the murder case of Jean Axford. Now, in his second marriage, Ed Edwards used as best man a relative by marriage of the Axford family. This is 1959 in Portland. So you see that when the web of connections and information is there, discovering it and emphasizing it does not necessarily lead to conclusions about murders, but this is something that we cannot ignore, especially with killers and predators, which are known to have stalked their victims for decades, maybe. Now, the allegation that Edwards was born in 1933 on my behalf is erroneous anyway, because this was, I fear, very sloppy work on behalf of someone who may have had good intentions, but was very rushed to bring out a book without fact-checking. 1933 may have been the birth date of an actual person named Eduard Wayne Edwards. How the killer came to usurp that name is another case. Don't forget that in his first marriage, he was married, the first certificate has him as James Garfield Langley, 1928, Hollywood, Florida. And his wife at the time said that he had another birth certificate, same name, same year of birth, Hollywood, California. And there is a third certificate that the killer himself claimed. Same name, same year of birth, 1928, and area, Key West Point, Florida. Now, Key West Point, Florida has significance if you study the Pan Am Airlines background and history. And then, by miracle, Pan Am had its headquarters, among other places, in Treasure Island, which is a possible interpretation that Souza has done with the Exorcist letter, where Faraday's father was employed during World War II when he lived in San Francisco. He was employed for Pan Am in Treasure Island. So you can actually do this roundabout and you say, okay, what's the truth there? But the fact that someone like him, a known usurper of identification, presents himself to be person A does not mean that he's not James Langley, and he was not Eduard Wayne Edwards of Akron, Ohio. Who he was really, I believe we don't know. And this brings actually a rational clean slate to begin our investigation. So we have to consider the 1933 birth certificate as valid for him as the 1928 birth certificate of James Garfield Langley. And by the way, there was an actual James Garfield Langley who was employed for the US Army around 1950 when Edwards, whatever his name was, joined the US Marines in North Carolina. This is actually where the actual James Garfield Langley lived. That's where they met. So he used to meet people, take their identities, and he was not the only one. Larry Kane was notorious to do the same. Larry Kane has the SSN of a Norwegian contractor, Ryder Marinus Dahl, in the FBI file as being his own SSN. Ryder Marinus Dahl, a cousin, from what it seems, of the famed author, Roald Dahl, found himself in a very interesting place in 1943 Santa Barbara, living 2 blocks from hotspots of interest, including the Garcia family, Elizabeth Short herself, the Bach-Metzger family who hosted Elizabeth Short, and also later on, Mr. Dahl finds himself in the area, in the vicinity of the Domingos Edwards murder. 1 week before the murder, there's a Boy Scout field trip near the murder site, and Mr. Dahl is accompanying the kids there while doing construction in the overall Santa Ynez area. This is the hotspot of the Domingos family and also of the Edwards family, with ties to the Lompoc and the Vandenberg camp. And we have to remember that Vandenberg used to be Camp Cook in World War II. So you see how projections of historical significance are mirrored into the contemporary timeline of each next sequence of events. So you have a bunch of predators, you have a bunch of stalkers, and you have a bunch of at least one notorious killer. And so information that is relayed by these persons has to be filtered through the eyes of someone very cautious as to how literal this information is. For example, the publisher of Edward's book, Hart Publishing New York, Hart Publishing was a Sam publisher. There was an original Hart Publishing in New York, and the original publisher died in 1941. The new publishing house begins in 1942 by someone who is linked. At this point, I'm still working on the hard evidence to the Jewish Brooklyn and Jewish Manhattan liaisons, connections of Larry Kane and his criminal protege and uncle, Nathan Benjamin. His name was Horowitz, and he's linked also to many other persons of interest that I cannot name at this point for reasons of ethics and also reasons of sanity of the panel discussion.
All right, but I was just going to say, like Druzer brought up about how Edward Wayne Edwards gets accused of being a Zodiac killer suspect, and then people muddied the waters. Despite everything we've just heard, I mean, I just have to still stand by one thing. The Black Dahlia Avenger was not 13 years old, and Ed Edwards Cyphers is saying that, yes, Ed Edwards would have been 18 years old at the time. I don't think he was 18 years old either. That was a surgical murder that was done with care and precision.
Oh, I'm sure that Edward's birthday, I would say, is way before 1928, for sure. For sure.
You know, that's something defendable. That's something defendable because 13 years old or 18 years old. Now, if these claims about the Black Dahlia Avenger are true, that this is the kind of person that bisected Elizabeth Short without damaging her organs, like making surgical incisions around the organs so that they're not actually cut, and she's just very neatly cut through the second and third lumbar vertebrae, I don't think that was an 18-year-old, even if he was a very gifted medical student at that point, because in America, I mean, I'm not sure at the time, but medical students don't even start at age 18. And I mean, if you want to talk about an older suspect, I am all ears. But those are just my 2 cents.
And also, dear Ned, I would have to add to what you very correctly said, that it takes a certain level of adult age to be able to not just perform, but even conceive the atrocities associated with that murder. So from a sheer rational point of view, whoever killed Elizabeth Short must have been at least in the age of, let's say, 25, out of, on top of my head. It has to be someone that has lived life and has had some at least experience of streetwise psychopathy. This isn't just a guy who's a medical student and let's, okay, I will do this anatomy project. How about we dissect this person? I mean, this is someone who has had to suffer psychopathy and embrace psychopathy from a street savvy point of view. There was, after the Oxford murder, the next day, someone claims as a taxi driver that he has received a ransom note in his glove compartment. There is a certain name associated to that taxi driver. His address doesn't follow up. I have checked it out. This name permeates all the genealogies of all the victims. It's a family very big in Bay Area. There are 3 or 4 families big in the Bay Area, and at least one of the families in Benicia knew for sure the Mageaus, and they must have known the Swennens. There are Navy records, there are Navy Yard employment records. This family also belongs to the Catholic community. Now, is that something that indicates guilt? No, but it indicates, how can I say, a spotlight for further research. More and more and more, and the more it accumulates, it will begin to make sense, because the more data you amass, then the less the commonalities become. It's a inverse law of proportionality.
So, what's next in your investigation?
Well, I have like 3 or 4 parallel sectors. One is dedicated to the canonical victims. Now, for that angle, I would say is to be able to find out which was the PGE project that led the Faraday family briefly for a few months in 65 in Petaluma. And I say that because the name of the family I mentioned earlier was very big in Petaluma, also in the 60s. And I would try to see if this project has any association with Noel Black. Now, Noel Black and Thomas Kirby were two people who were personally appointed by then Governor Reagan to various state key positions. Thomas Kirby is linked to the St. Vincent Catholic Church and community of Vallejo. Now, Thomas Kirby essentially was the de facto leader of the Irish community in Vallejo. Noel Black, on the other side, was representative of the Omaha insurance business into the Santa Rosa area, and there is an appearance of a Noel Black following up, being involved also into the movie business. And there is a movie, I don't want to name any names before I'm totally sure about it. This is a movie about a couple of killers. So I would like to see the whereabouts of Noel Black, any association with the PGE project, which was the project. We know that there are outliers into the Zodiac communiques. Again, credits to Souza for that, leading to the Hetch Valley. This was a major defeat for Muri personally and the Sierra Club in favor of PGE. PGE also was the contractor for the Lake Spalding Dam, where the Donalas skull was found. So one might argue, is this some crusade that needs to take the actions and the projects of PGE into consideration? Now, Faraday's father was not always working for PGE. He was like, it was the latter period of his life linked to the birth of his son. So one has to take that into consideration. And the other stuff is, I have found genealogical connections between the Westcott family, Stein's wife, and the victims of Edwards in Edgerton, Rock, Wisconsin. Now, the stomping ground of the Westcott family, the Rock County, Wisconsin, is where Edwards committed his second canonical murder, the Hack Drew murder. The background of the victims, the employment of the victims, and the connections of the victims, along with how Edwards appears to be participating into an amateur tournament. He did the same in 77 Ohio. He did the same in 1980. He appears in tournament leagues briefly before the murders. Now, by the same pattern, he appears in September 2069 in San Rafael, 1 week before Lake Berryessa, 1 week before Blue Rock Springs, 5 days before Lake Herman Road, and also December 69. this could be around the Robert Davis timeline. Question is, the further discovery of outliers for the Westcott family and the Hack Drew canonical victims. And one more thing that I would like to find out is more information about the person who identified Stein's body, Michael Emmett Conway. I also asked Tom about it when he appeared on Tabak Discord. Michael Conway was for many years the national director of the Navy League of the United States. Now, this is the civilian branch of the U.S. Navy. This is the highest civilian position. He was U.S. Navy Reserve officer, along with Mr. Charles Earl Gould, the publisher of the SF Examiner at the time of the murders. So you have a killer who sends to the SF Examiner, and the person who identifies the body of one of the victims, essentially his uncle, since he was married to the uncle of Claudia Westcott, being together these two directors of the Navy League of the United States. And it's even more amazing if you consider that the successor of Michael Emmett Conway at the Navy League of the United States, Mr. James Hanan of Detroit, seems to be the employer, or at least at the previous time, the employer of Blenderman's second husband. This is the aunt of Betty Lou Jensen. So one can only figure out if these are outliers that need to be further investigated. Also, Mr. Conway was a patron of the opera. So you have the von Haeften, you have the Robbins family, you have the Conway family involved into the San Francisco Opera. So again, this is the angle of not only the suspect Hauser, but also an angle that Zodiac himself seems to be vested in. The angle not only of the Mikado, but someone who comes from a high place, an insane highbrow, and he quotes the Mikado while executing people's lives as if he is, Lord Coco himself. That's the fantasy.
You've done a good job connecting all these dots and finding all these little bits of information. I'm curious, where did Edward Wayne Edwards live in California during the Zodiac murders?
The address that I have is Sacramento, 1970, but the address seems to be a PO box in liaison to an employer heavy into the tire business. Now, when he got out of Leavenworth, within 4 days, he was employed. This is information relayed by Reverend Bob Denton of the Denton House. He relayed information that he was actually the cellmate of Jimmy Hoffa, who got him hooked up in the Teamsters into 4 days out of Leavenworth. Now, Harold Sands was the official employer in Akron, and then it seems that there is a family, I don't want to name them, at least at this point, that have employed him in Sacramento. However, in 69 September, he is employed by a San Rafael employer into the business of cleaning houses, cleaning offices, cleaning equipment, and stuff like that. They were looking for a sales representative who would travel around the Bay Area and get paid for it. So for the Zodiac killer, Eduard or not, this would be an ideal job. To be a salesman, to be able to be moving around, get paid for it, and facilitate yourself on business expenses to have like a steady base, but actually being on the move. Still driving around, even if that letter is not real. I think that phrase sums it up very well.
Is he confirmed to be in that area of California from December 68 through 1974?
For that long period, no, but he wasn't confirmed to be living anywhere. He wasn't practically living in Ohio, since he was also at the same time preaching his reformed status. A good example of how he used that, in addition to everything else, is that for the 77 canonical murder, he has a speech at a Bible camp, of all places, 1 week before the murder, and one afternoon before the murder, he is participating at a golf course 50 minutes from where the bodies were discovered in Norton, Ohio. At the same time, he's approached by someone, I will not give the name at this point, who was involved heavily in 72, 73, 74 in the golf and later the aviation business in California. he was the guy who said that I will make his book into a movie, and actually had the audacity to say that this could be a very good movie for kids, for bringing up children into the right path. Hypocrisy aside, there is pieces of information that place him participating into amateur league tournaments 1 week before each of the canonical murder, for the exception of Stein, but there it is at least 2 people that have testimonies placing him in San Francisco at the days of the Stein murder.
Yeah, I was curious because we have the dates, the Zodiac letters were mailed from San Francisco, and I was curious if he could be 100% placed there or anywhere else during that, during those dates.
This is still something, dear Morph, that I'm trying to look into. It's very difficult with this predator, and it's also very difficult to bypass the very negative legacy constructed by an otherwise good intended author. I mean, the damage done by erroneous fact-checking has led the, let's say, the case against Eduard to go into the sphere not only of metaphysics, but into the sphere of trolls, weirdos, stalkers, and what have you. I could tell you hilarious stories about my own experiences with such individuals. So you can see that it's not just a case of typical fact-checking, but a case of cleaning the slate from the bogus methodology that has been accumulated over the years. But I would love, please, I'm sorry for this, I would like to reference and thank Tim Spencer, who followed a very different path. He had his book out in 21. He has been kind enough to share a lot of information with me, and I would say that he has been very cautious and careful not to make anything public unless he has been absolutely sure. It's not that I'm trying to badmouth someone else, by no means, but good intentions sometimes, you know.
Yeah. Fuck Cameron.
And Tim Spencer's book is 55, The Zodiac Killer Identified, right? Yes, that's it. 55, The Zodiac Killer Identified. And just for the audience.
It's fascinating, the work you have made. It's, wow, incredible. Altuk, do you have something to say about Jake?
About
Jake?
I'm actually hypnotized listening while listening to him, and it's always at some point difficult because he has done so much research about names that I actually have no idea about, and it becomes extremely difficult to follow the connections at some point. Yani, what we would need is that he somehow writes it down or publishes a book just about these relationships, and then we read through them and really take our notes and maybe try to create our own schemes, because at some point it's really hard to remember, like, oh, okay, this guy was connected to this one, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Now, what I think about this work, I think it's very valuable because it establishes a lot of background connections, things that could have played somehow a role in why the Zodiac behaved in the way he behaved. Like, it could be, some names could be related to his motives. We talk about past, probably about the years in which he grew up, in which he had experiences maybe with this environment, and which could have led to hold some grudges and other kind of things that could have led to his criminal actions. On the other hand, sometimes it makes me think that um, um, I imagine a person sometimes. This is more like profiling, the kind of profile that I have in mind when I think about the Zodiac. I think of a person who may have been part of these, somehow related to this whole group of higher society people, because we speak of prominent people from California, from San Francisco. And maybe for one reason, he may have been pushed out of that environment and not really having been able to make use of that status and pushed out for a reason. I don't know. And when a guy like that, I imagine when he tries to throw out his frustration, about being left out from, let's say, the riches that he witnesses as a young boy. And when this guy at some point tries to get even, starts to murder people here and there, maybe out of frustration for everything he missed, everything he was forced to miss out, etc. Maybe at some point it becomes, if he was in his youth somehow close to these circles, maybe it becomes inevitable that when he strikes somewhere, it is also somehow related to that group of people he maybe could not confront directly, but that somehow they also suffer from it. For example, you think like, why does he strike in the Presidio among so many places in San Francisco? And it's related to so many names, to Belli, to the major who lives there, to other lawyers, to other prominent, important people, the art scene, the intellectuals, highly political people, also embassies, etc., etc. And sometimes, when you think maybe he grew up somewhere there, and he knew about these families initially, before somehow he was sent out of there, etc. So all these names that Sheikh talks about, when you think of the Z as someone who takes some sort of a revenge of something he believes he was left out of, it's more than natural that all these prominent names that Sheikh talks about, that they appear as some sort of collateral damage, maybe. You kill Stein, but he's related to so many other people that maybe had a role in your life. But at some point, it's hard to prove. That's I think the main problem we all have. I mean, I was just listening to, for example, Ned's question. Can you place this guy into San Francisco or into California? And the answer is yes, but no. And I think with a lot of suspects, you have this problem. Even if you can place them in California or in San Francisco at that time, it's really hard to place them in the actual murder locations at around the time when these murders happened. Somehow we know, yes, Macduff was there, I don't know, Hauser was there, etc. He was there, the other guy was there, Allen was there, etc. But you really often some witnesses say, yeah, the guy was there at the time, etc., etc. But we for most suspects, I think, we cannot ultimately prove that they were in that day, let's say in Napa or in Vallejo or in San Francisco, and that will always kind of keep creating doubts about every suspect, I think. As much as we find circumstantial evidence, when you look into these guys, you can find a lot of circumstantial evidence, or I don't know, some sort of resources. For a while, I studied Hauser, and he grew up in the Presidio, knows it very well. He has actually land in Napa that he owns, very close to the location where the Lake Berryessa murder took place. He lived in Benicia, he lived in Vallejo, and you can see a lot of other traits in him where you say, "Wow, that guy could have really done it," But where's the ultimate proof? It's always this kind of problem, and I think you can maybe place the guy in the location, but you're not sure if he was there on that day. And even if we knew that, I think one problem with this case is also that the evidence, the physical evidence that's there, it's so actually limited. You can't really pin something to it, and that's why probably we all talk about the DNA option today, because it's probably the only thing we all hope it will give the answer, is that. And so yes, a lot of names and sheikhs doing great work, and I think a lot of other people here doing great work. I mean, I cannot even. I get humbled by the people here all the time when I look at the great research they have done. I'm not really a person to speak about the details, but somehow, as much as we know, as much as we reread these things, I think we ultimately hit that wall of the concrete evidence. And I hear, DNA, yes, that we solve it, but I think we're not even very sure about the DNA resources we have, right? Maybe that's something Druzer or Morph could explain. So this is how I interpret Sheikh's work. I think it's very good background work, and when you bring together other circumstantial pieces or do background research, you can actually create a very interesting fabric of relationships that maybe create some sort of an empty spot where when you find the right person one day, maybe it will fit in there exactly, and we will say, yes, yeah, everything, all the things that we have found around, it creates the shape of that piece that this suspect is, and we will be able maybe to place that person in there. But I think we will always kind of lack the physical thing, the physical evidence that's needed here. That's probably our main problem. That's how I see it. Now, I might be saying a lot of bullshit basically at this point. I'm sorry if that's so, and that's because I'm quite new to this research. I just started a few years ago, and what I thought is the best thing, because I started out with reading through forum discussions, etc., and I saw it all really is more discussions about my person of interest, and people, as I observed, can get really rude against each other when they want to make a point about their suspects. So what I decided to do was I downloaded all the police report, every factual material that I could find, drawings, etc., finding videos, etc. And at the moment, what I'm still doing is I'm still digesting, basically. Sometimes getting involved with some persons of interest. But I try to stay out because I think when I worked on Hauser, I felt how it also makes me bend some of the info because it, when you wish it to be Hauser, you start to bend the information, and it's not healthy. It's not really helping the case. It just helps yourself when you do it in that way, or it helps you to, I don't know, maybe win an argument or something like that. But I think this is not about winning arguments. This is about working maybe silently in order to find all the info you have and to reorganize it, to reinterpret it, to just find new perspectives that could help someone to identify a person of interest, rather than yourself maybe proposing a person of interest. So that's how I'm actually continuing with this thing, and I make still a lot of mistakes. I forget things, etc. And that's why I'm happy to be here, because I have basically made a lot of friends here who can tell me, no, that's not right, that's right, etc. So I consider myself still in a learner position, but I'm really happy that I'm surrounded with such a group of people who really know a lot of the things. And so what happened in the end was that I became an admin to a Discord server. So I'm nurturing myself in that environment, but I also see my role as someone who can enable others to, to refine their research, etc., etc. So it's a bit my personal perspective of things. I'm an underdog, definitely, in this discussion. Or maybe I talk about things in a way that maybe a more educated, knowledgeable person on these aspects would not say. Sometimes I'm a bit more daring, maybe. I don't know. So that's basically how I can summarize this. I think Sheikh's contribution is very important. I see it a bit like this. What was it? Cosmic background waves. He kind of brings the noises of things that we cannot see, or we were not seeing. He brings them to our attention. But if that will be enough to actually weave the web where we can identify the zodiac, that's, I think, is a different question. I still believe that maybe instead of hunting a certain person of interest, it's maybe more fruitful to work on criminal profiling. So I talk a lot about psychology, or I look a lot into psychological aspects, and some people think that's it's just free roaming. When you talk psychology, you can basically say anything, and a lot of people perceive this as not factual. But I think it's important to interpret the Zodiac's action, his behavior, and also his writings, what he says, how he says it, because I think it gives us some clues about his profile, his criminal profile. It can be misleading. I'm not an FBI profiler, of course. I'm trying to read a lot of resources about it, but it's basically what I devote myself to more or less. I try to study his motive. I try to study his modus operandi, how it changes over time, etc., etc. And I believe that somewhere there we can see some behavioral patterns, and they help me sometimes because For example, when people have a suspect that committed also crimes of a sexual nature, I think for me, for example, this is a way to say no. That's not that's not a suspect in my opinion, because I don't see that kind of behavior in the modus operandi of the Zodiac and things like that. So what I really want to do is, maybe, I don't know if this helps, but to me it helps. I can eliminate certain points from the outset. Let's say, because I say, okay, that it doesn't fit the profile. Some will say, okay, his profile changed over time, etc. But it's not that it totally changed. There are a lot of continuities as well, and there is some coherence in his changes. So I think there is a certain profile that can help us to eliminate certain people. So that's what I, in my limited worldview, basically try to do. Maybe it's like working like Sheikh on a specific aspect, but mine is this. Sheikh likes to do the genealogy thing. I like to do the criminal profiling thing. And so that's my corner, let's say, in that story. And how useful it is, I don't know. So for example, I mean, I think we had over at Tapa, we had some sort of a conversation with Morph when I first read about Macduff. So, for example, I mean, I'm not saying it's true, or I'm not trying to argue with someone who is so well established in here. But for me, for example, when I think of profile, my first reaction to Macduff was, I thought, like, this guy is more in the age group of those who were targeted, So that was, for example, a sort of reaction that I gave. True or not, that's another thing. I mean, a lot of people will bring arguments that say he can be, he was young, but still he can be the guy. But my impression then was that, or based on the profile that I arrived at that time, or sometimes I have problem with poise that have rimmed glasses. Why? Of course, there's a sketch with the rimmed glasses, but when I look at the earlier crimes, like for example at Blue Rock Springs, we know he didn't wear glasses. So for me, it's always a question, like, are rimmed glasses really something that we have to look for? And if we see pictures of people and there are people without glasses, are we going to eliminate them, or will we say, okay, in 4 cases, in one of them we know he had rimmed glasses. In one of them, we don't know, Lake Berryessa. Yeah, there were the clip-on glasses, but was there something beneath that glasses? We don't know. We know from Blue Rock Springs that he didn't have glasses, and we know nothing about his appearance in Lake Carmen Road. So, rimmed glasses. I don't know if it's really the thing that should make us jump. Oh, okay, this is the guy. It makes you jump, of course. Yeah, when you see a picture that looks very similar, you're like, oh wow, that looks like the guy. But when you're being a bit more, I don't know, a bit closer to the facts, when you stick a bit more with the facts, you can say that in at least half of the cases, probably he didn't wear glasses. So you could say the same with age. Let's say in at least 2 murders, he is more placed into the between 20 and 30 years, between 20, 26, 32, and then suddenly in Presidio people talk about like 35, 45, and That's an enormous jump, if you think about it. And so it's also again difficult, therefore, to say exactly, 28 years old. Yes, this is our guy. 21. He can be 21, but he can be 45. So I think it's a very difficult work for us to actually um, have
I'll too.
certain. Sorry.
I
You
just
hear
hate to
me?
jump in real fast, but guys, I'm gonna have to get off the stream now. But I would like to say thank you, Jerome, for having me on here, and I'm going to
Okay.
probably be away from the Zodiac panel for a little while for several episodes, but I will rejoin at some point in the future. Anyway, thank you to everybody in the chat who has left a bunch of things. Morph, thank you for joining, and Shake Dog Shake, thank you for coming on. I'm gonna have to go, and please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just it's time for me to get off. And Druzer, also appreciated. Everybody have a nice day. Take care. I'm Ned Dehan from Black Box Online Radio, and have a nice day, okay?
Bye,
And
Nate.
you too,
See you,
Archangel
Ned.
Mike. Yes.
Bye bye.
I see you at
Thank you very much.
Bye bye. Yeah, basically to wrap up, I think although there's so many information and so many people have done research on it, there's a lot of gray areas, and so maybe the kind of work that Shake does, the background work, kind of work that I try to do, more focused on profiling. Maybe it can be useful to this case, but I'm not going to write a book about it. I'm sure. But
You brought up some real interesting things. The the one thing about the glasses is interesting. There's people that have thought maybe that's a disguise, but Cecilia Shepard did say that Zodiac was wearing glasses underneath his
no.
hood. So that's 2 out of 3 attacks where there's glasses involved. But I don't think you can rule somebody in or out based on that, because I don't know, Drew, how often you wear glasses? If you ever go around without your glasses, I've got pictures of Mac with and without glasses. So I don't think that proves anything anyway. But it's interesting observation wise. I like what you said about the profiling. I'm not a profiler, so when I was evaluating Mac, I called on a couple people that do profiling stuff. I called on criminologist or Druzer's and my friend Lee, who is a criminologist. He does that thing, and he basically went through my suspect, and at the end of the day, came away pretty convinced that he fit his profile. And then I called on Douglas McGregor, who does geoprofiling. He's in the habit of trying to figure out clues as to where Zodiac might live or work. He came away thinking that Mac's house was in the bullseye of where he thought Zodiac likely lived. So in my instance, I called on that because I think it's useful to do. Some people don't like profilers because they think they're, especially if they don't line up with their thinking, you know what I mean? Or they might keep looking for a profiler until they find one that says something that lines up with their thoughts of the case. But I think it's good to have an open mind and use profilers who do this professionally too, to try and see if we can evaluate some clues. And you hit the nail on the head too earlier. You said we can't put a suspect at a crime scene on such and such date at such and such time. No one here, myself included, put their suspect at Lake Herman Road on December 20th, 1968, 11:10 p.m. No one can say that they can do that in this case. So anybody that's ever talked about a suspect, none of them could do it, because if they could put their suspect at the murder scene at the time of it would be solved by now. So that's the thing with that. So that's why I like to rely on the evidence. I'm hoping that there is DNA. I'm hoping that the print somehow could still pay off. Although by this time, I don't think they will. I think it's going to come down to DNA trying to prove it. I'm excited to see if they can get that and then answer all these questions once for all.
No, I hope so. I listened to your podcast with Lee. That was very enlightening, and I found it very exciting. Also, to find out more about how Lee is approaching it. And I think I found this dissertation somewhere, so reading through it, and so it's actually very interesting and very useful to try to look at things the way he looks. And about, as I said, we have the same problem. I favor, because he's the only guy I looked into, I'm kind of always wondering about how I could place Hauser into these locations, but it's not possible to do that for the days. You know he has something there. For example, we know Macduff lives in Waiho. He's close to the phone booth. But then it's always also open to interpretation, and I think it's the case for all the persons of interest. For example, you could say yes, he's very close. He had opportunity. It was good for him. It was a good chance for him to use the phone booth directly at his house. But someone else, for example, would say that's the worst thing to do if you are the killer, because you basically call the police from a booth next to your house. So it's always open to interpretation in both directions, and I think that makes always everything in this case so difficult. And you know yourself very well what's going on there, and people start to literally hit each other about this, instead of saying like, okay, this can be interpreted either way. It turns into, no, my interpretation, your interpretation, I'm right, and that turns it fruitless. And sometimes I think maybe instead of and we have a number of facts, but after a certain point where we can actually see that the facts do no longer help us, and at that point maybe everyone should be more open to accept that these are possibilities, but that they do not really clearly make someone the suspect, or yes, it's this guy. And so maybe being a bit more open about what could have happened, that all these interpretations to a certain degree have a chance, but that we actually somehow also have to wait until a fact comes out and at least proves one of these possible interpretations a more likely one. So maybe one problem here is that maybe it should be more a perspective of, how would you call it, hermeneutics, where you try to interpret, and where interpretations are maybe more judged based on, for example, profile, from the things that you find in the disease behavior that would support an interpretation. That's the point that I sometimes bring up. A lot of people think that when you do interpretations, just like hot air, everyone can do interpretations, and you can say a lot of stupid things, and you can try to justify a lot of things because it's interpretations. But what I try to do when I interpret something, it's I'm always trying to see if there is an element in it that I can find in the Zodiac's behavior or letters themselves. So, for example, if at Lake Beresa I see him with a hood and with a long knife and things like that, to me, for example, this is a reference, or it is in relation to something that the Z said in his. It's about the Mikado. So I feel more free to make interpretations about how the Z is related to the Mikado, because what I see in all of his crimes except Stein are very clear references to the Mikado. So that can allow me to do interpretations. Of course, you can still stretch it. I mean, there's always the risk to stretch an interpretation. But at the end, what I think is the Zodiac itself, his behavior, his writings, they justify that I try to make connections within that area. So I'm trying to stay within the area that the Z points out. I think that's really important in the interpretation part. And what some people don't understand, they think like, oh, it's just adding this to that, making strange connections in unverified connections. But no, I always try to establish something that I see had the Z has pointed at, you know, with his behavior, with his writings, and but still you can face a lot of resistance. I mean, one of my goals was to show how the Zodiac's victimology actually is directly from the Zodiac, you know, like necking couples is the plot of the Mikado. And so for me, for example, this is not a stretch. It's a very valid interpretation, because the guy literally quotes the Mikado for 1.5 pages, a whole dialogue from a chapter in the book. Some will say, okay, he could have used another book. That's not how this works, you know. It's there. It's there. It's a very long quotation. And then you look at the murders. Okay, necking couples, again, necking couples. And that's the plot of the Mikado. So I think you can then be more confident when you make interpretations about the relation or the importance that the Mikado has for the Zodiac, because you're not doing some literary work here. I mean, it's really you're not writing stories. It's connected. It's obvious that the plot and the behaviors have a connection. And maybe this, when you interpret it in this way and establish these kind of, I would say, more stable connections, maybe it could help you to look for where this connection could have been established. You know, why did it become so important for the Zodiac? And maybe in some of the persons of interest, maybe one day we will find the connection, a very clear connection to the Mikado. Maybe he was at university and there was a theater club and he worked in that thing and it was in the yearbook, for example. And to me, that would really mean something. It would be not so obscure like, you know, oh, here is this number and here is also this number. And sometimes the interpretation thing can really be a stretch. And you don't really know where it's coming from, because you know it's not coming from the Zodiac's behavior. It's not based on observation of the Zodiac's behavior, or it's not based on studying these letters, etc. It's like it's more like, you know, reading the future from coffee, you know, and that in my opinion is really the kind of interpretation that we probably should not fall for. But the other kind of interpretation, what I call hermeneutic or intertextual, yani, where you connect meanings in one thing with the other one, and they all come from the Zodiac, from his writings, from his actions, then I think we are onto something, and we can probably, maybe we will locate a sort of evidence that will really fit in that interpretation that we make. And the evidence will justify the interpretation, or the interpretation will justify the evidence simultaneously. And then we will feel like, wow, okay, this really seems to be a fit. So that's a bit my approach. It's a bit complicated, maybe too European.
Well, it's certainly fascinating, and I'm glad you're thinking out of the box. And I have to go too. I have to jump off, but it was a pleasure meeting you guys and talking with you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on,
Mike.
And
Thank you, Morph.
See you again.
Good to see you, Mike.
All right, Drew.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you very
Bye.
much. Yeah, it's fascinating. Really, it's fascinating. And the thing I find really weird in the, for example, the Mikado, is that the killer quote the Mikado in his letter, but he's quoting an opera about a killer who cannot kill, which is really strange. Strange. I'm completely agree with you. There is no place for ego in this this quest of fighting the true and seeking justice for the victim. There is no place for ego, because that's why I have created this panel of discussion to
thank you.
regroup people to talk and debate in the calm and politely, and even if people are not agree about the same suspect or the same theory, we always learn about something, and it's always good to have an open mind and see the things differently than somebody else. We are not kind of robots. We don't think the same, and it's good. It's really good. It's fresh. I like to have new eyes, like Shake today and Morph, who have two different theory, but who are great theory, really great theory, and they've made both a lot of research and lot of work to accomplish.
But I think the Turks and the Greeks, they talk too much, huh? What do you say, Sheikh?
I can only say hi to Eduard. Eduard, we have Mr. Eduard at the crowd. Hi to Chris from Zodiac Theory. Hi to Michael. And I'd like to point out Eduard. He was, among other things, a great DNA expert and consultant, also to the book of Mike Rodelli. Now, to give you an idea, Jerome, since you said that. Recently, I contacted Mr. Rodelli because part of my research led to some members of the Norwegian community in the Bay Area. So I talked to Mr. Rodelli, and even though we have, we come from different backgrounds, we are having a very good discussion about the Norwegian community of San Francisco. And what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to... all you need to share is a drive for research, common sense, politeness, and you need a moral compass that you are into it because you want to provide some sense of rationale in a case where some psychotic, self-righteous pomp got away with destroying families and lives for the sheer pleasure of being the talk of the town or the talk of the country. Because at the end of the day, if only 1% of what I claim about, well, at least means shows were two people who are into the background of things, let's say, and not just in the narrow genealogical sense, let's say in the sense of all the land resource, capitalist enterprises, the push towards the Western states and stuff like that. So if that kind of lineage revenge has been a motive for the killer, then what he did was not only to destroy lives, he destroyed families. So if that is true, that adds more weight to the concept and the um, crusade, let's say. I will use the word, I don't have a problem, to the crusade of setting things straight. So one might say, who do you think you are? You and a bunch of other people who are going to do what law enforcement has not been able to do, where we have certain advantages. Unlike law enforcement, we are not pestered every day by robberies, burglaries, bank situations, hostages. People into law enforcement, they jump from one case to another because crime never sleeps, never stops. So it's not like they have the luxury to dedicate resources. Oh, okay, let's read about this 16th century genealogical tree. Maybe it's related to Gilbert and Sullivan. Who knows? I have the luxury to do that. And I would have also the luxury with good researchers and using and aggregating the resources and the intellectual capacity of other people to combine that together while being able at the same time to draw my own conclusions independently. This is not the case with day by day work of law enforcement. So it's not like I'm thinking I'm coming from a higher place. I come from a more comfortable place. And maybe the distance of time allows us to put into play tools and considerations that the law enforcement of, Detective Tosca, for example, this is a big city with, at the height of its crime epoch, who was it, dear Druzer, that said that in 69 was like a murder peak for San Francisco, for many years. So it's not like these guys are just sitting around and say, okay, let's wait for the next letter of some maniac who will have, by the way, a bunch of cryptograms to spend their free time. So it's an advantage that takes also the distance of time as a tool in itself. Now, for example, can you accuse, for instance, Sheriff Landblad? Okay, he finds the bodies at Lake Herman Road. He's in charge of the investigation. The next murder is in another jurisdiction. So I think deliberately, while at the same time keeping his own outliers, he, among other things, segmented what could have been a unified strike by law enforcement. And how can you accuse someone if they don't directly maybe consider the fact that you have the two first crime scenes being connected to the Benicia Water Company? There is one company which is the common thread between these two crime sites, and then there is a scandal that led to the demise, to the collapse of the Benicia Water Company, which is linked to the Hastings mines. And this opens the way for the whole concept of the mining business in general, and in particular for these murders. I mentioned earlier the Robinson family murders. Beloved Druzer here had been kind enough to share with me a lot of background information, documentation, and I'm grateful for him, for everything, but also for that as well. So I did some genealogy, and I found that the wife, excuse me, of the Robinson family, Shirley Fulton Robinson, was actually of Finnish heritage, and her Finnish mother is connected to the family of Judith and Hakari. They came from the place of Ironwood, Michigan. They worked together in the iron mines, and the Hakari family were also holding local council office. So they represented themselves into the small Finnish community of a very small place near the Michigan-Canadian border. And then you have Hakari down to Sacramento. From her mother's side of the family, great-granddaughter of Eduard William Oughton, who was instrumental into creating the printing cooperative business where the San Francisco Chronicle and the San Francisco Examiner were printed for over a century into the Zodiac timeline. So one can only consider, okay, so the guy that was among the main businessmen responsible for the printing facility, the joint printing facility of these two papers, and we know very well that Zodiac targeted those two newspapers for his fame campaign. And from her other side of the family, she's also connected to a major murder case where the name Zodius appears 6 months before the campaign of Zodiac, and then you can say, okay, am I now putting two and two together, or am I stepping the line? But you have to make the hypothesis. The best way to prove randomness is to hypothesize the opposite, not randomness. And if that fails, then the only option is that he just went out and he happened to find two young kids making out at Lake Herman Road, and he popped them. So aside from the problem, the logical issue with carrying out such random acts in such short space, I can accept it if I come to you and I say, I have failed completely to make a case of the not random scenario. It's very logical. It's a logical exercise in essence. And if we don't have your platform, if we don't have Druzer's tireless effort at moderating the Discord, if we don't have what we guys are trying to do at the Zodiac Theory, if we don't have, the resources, the platforms, and the patience and the civil politeness to perform this kind of forays of the mind into such territory, then how can we ever accomplish anything? Okay, and Tapatalk also, I'd say it's important because it's a forum that thousands of people identify and recognize, and it's like a huge microphone to the world. Everyone, Richard Greenell and his amazing site of analyzing, the letters and eventually everything else. I mean, there's so many people that have given their heart and the soul for this, with the only profit, let's say, of having the satisfaction that I have done my best by trying to conduct my affairs in the most civil of manners. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone else, but I think it's a common thing when we have Richard here, when there's Edward here, there's Ned, Ross, anyone. I mean, it's all about trying to, put your 2 cents into what is a massive collective, amassing of information, something like that.
Yes, a collective effort to. I agree. We need that. We need everybody on this case, and in other cases in general. But working, everybody is a plus. It's always a plus.
Yeah, and we have to recognize that there really are very few facts in this case.
Yeah, that's true.
No one knows, and anyone who says they do know is not really to be trusted.
No, that's true, and that's why I told you before starting the show that I think it will be great, really great. It will be really great to, let's say, create a kind of task force for the Zodiac in having our private detective, our own lawyer, our own specialist in DNA, or specialist in forensics, to put a lot of pressure on the FBI, on the police, to have access to the original files, the real original file and original material. Then today we don't have access to. So it will be really great to have an investigator, for example, who is in California, who could go to each crime scene, review, and maybe go for interview the family of the victim, the family of the cops who were working on this case at the time, maybe talking at some people in the press, and a lawyer to create a big database with all those details and all those files, then we don't have really access. We have copy of those files, but it will be really, really great if we could have, let's say, a kind of task force, a Zodiac task force, for having more material to working on. But in the life, like nothing is free, and to have a lawyer, to have a special detective working for us, it will cost, I think, a lot. So in the future, we can maybe ask the audience and the people who are really involved in this case to participate with us to try to do that, to try to doing that and continuing to working like we work together in peace. And I think it's really something to do. But I don't know if you agree with me, but it will be really great to have access to all those files and maybe reinterrogate people, maybe have um, new testimony from people. I don't know, new stuff. I mean, I don't know what you think about that. Tell me.
We do have such a team. As Sheikh was saying, we have a really great community in a number of forums.
Oh yeah.
Lots of specialists and lots of effort has been put forward. We're not going to get anything else out of the FBI or any of the police agencies. I don't think we're going to get any action out of them, and I don't think we're going to get any more files. We have so much already. It's incredible how much has been released, and I think they've given us all they've got. I think our job is basically a Hail Mary. If we can somehow 50 years in the future find some truly compelling links, and additionally that law enforcement somehow secures forensic evidence that can actually be tested. Those two things have to happen before we're going to have any activity.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine anything else coming forward. We don't have someone on their side who has been at it for decades like us. I don't know. Maybe a hood will appear in someone's closet.
Yeah, that's true. And when you see somebody like Tom Colbert, who allegedly work with ex law enforcement, ex FBI, ex XXX, and who came with somebody like Gary Francis Post, I mean, it's a joke. I can imagine why and how all those so-called expert, could make a relation with Post and the Zodiac. And we have here Jake, we have Altug, we have you, Druzer, and I mean, you have made a lot of research, and we are 100 times better than the so-called expert. So I don't understand this kind of people like Colbert who come forward and say, yeah, we have the guy and we have the expert who can confirm. And no, you don't have.
The confidence is misplaced, but I think it's a bit of a mischaracterization to put Colbert in with the case breakers. I think they're more of his cheerleaders. than
Yeah.
than the ones who actually brought him forth. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Post is as legitimate as any other suspect. I mean, we don't. I don't think there's any reason to suspect that he had any involvement. But you could say the same with anyone. It's
Yeah,
not,
that's true.
and there's really very few ways that we can actually rule someone out, or that they can rule someone out.
But I mean, when you heard Colbert and his team, he had absolutely nothing on Post. Yeah, he was a painter. Um he took a photo of his shadow on a tree. uh, I mean, it's ridiculous. I so I don't know. I think the work that Shake does, or Altug does, or Mike does, or Russ does, or you, Drew, does, or Ned, or Drew Beeson, or Richard Grinnell are really more interesting than this kind of research.
Well,
It's
yeah, the big problem with the with all the garbage that came out about Post is that they have the fundamental facts or conclusions about the case completely wrong.
yeah,
And like so many amateur researchers, the foundation of the theory is so shaky that it's not to be taken seriously. I think a lot
true.
of the best work that's happening in the Zodiac community is just trying to nail down what we do know and what the variables are.
Yeah,
Because
that's true.
if you make the conclusion that Riverside was part of the Zodiac canon, then obviously that changes the trajectory. Or if you continue on and say that Donna Lass was part of it,
Yeah.
these are not. I mean, you can build theories on them, but there has to be an asterisk next to it.
Yeah.
You know, this may not be true.
Yeah. And like I said before, you need to stay open-minded about everything.
I've really tried to remain open-minded.
Oh, I know.
Shape,
Druzer,
famously open-minded. No, I mean, Shake and
impartial.
Shake and I are good friends, and we've talked in depth about a lot of these issues. But I mean, he and I are on different sides of the case, but neither
Yeah.
of us are certain. I don't think, or at least I'm not convinced that the victims were targeted. But we just can't know, and so I think we both try to drop the arrogance and see what we can learn, see if we can get a little closer. With Shake's work, what I would like to see is a more a practical breakdown of how these victims could be targeted. Like if we can rule out that that the killer was there first, or that the killer had followed them there, then really what we're left with is that a meeting of some kind may have been arranged. Would you agree with that, Shake?
I would say that at least for this time frame, let's say, for a lack of more tangible proof or method, I would say that this premeditated, prearranged kind of lead you there, like a hunter tries to lead the prey to a specific corner where he knows that the prey cannot escape, under the ruse of some kind of, if he was older, if he was at their parents' age, I would say he would use that along with his respected profession as a kind of establishing credibility or even safety. So I would say that in this context, he would have to be a groomer, which I know for a few of the people I'm investigating, they were. So the thing is to have this practical, as you said, the process, the breakdown of how you lead the prey to that lethal trap slash corner. And I am looking more and more into the background because that would provide an association, an explanation, and through this web of interconnection, as I said before, it may seem like you are amassing, 100,000 pieces of information, but the more you amass, the less the common elements become into this vast array of amassed denominator. It's like, like a faction. So you are looking for just these outliers that could lead you to understand what would be the template, the ground, the practical ground upon which the killer would try to build some sort of confidence for the victims. A groomer tries to gain the victim's confidence. So what we are looking now is not exactly the killer's perspective, but the groomer's perspective. And so Faraday with the Boy Scouts went to one of the big field trips before his murder. They stopped at Haraz, the auto exposition in Nevada, and they stopped at a small pit stop along the way to the southern border, the Baker, California. Now, there is indication that Edwards was active professionally via his Sacramento employers in Baker, California. But it is a fact, it is a hard fact that Larry Kane was associated with the owner and the founder of the Haraz Casino, also the owner of the Haraz Automobile Exposition. And a lot of stuff went down there. Sinatra's son was abducted from Haraz. There was a movie with Phil Silvers. We've talked on top. I talk about the connection of Larry Kane to Phil Silvers. Jane Wyman, she was the wife at the time of then actor, later governor, and later President Reagan, and also Frank Sinatra himself, of course. So, of all the suspects, Larry Kane is the one that has the deepest and more explicit connection to the mafia. So Haraz was a very interesting place. There is a leak of the Hans report that shows that a guy that fits the physical, behavioral, and otherwise criminal profile of Larry Kane harassed two female employees of the Haraz Casino. And he implicated another real estate agent who later resurfaces in the context of the Incline Village. Now, if you tie that up to the business ventures around Tahoe Air Corporation with the associate of Ed Edwards, who would make his book into a movie, you have this web of people having their claws in an area where you have at least one non-canonical victim, but where for some reason the field trip of the Boy Scouts and Faraday seems to have made a very crucial stop. So one might argue, was this a place maybe where someone may have made an introduction to these kids? From that very vague stretch, you have to build more and more and more and see who was the guide of the Boy Scouts and what was his own profession, and did they arrange the visit to Haraz because the cars there were very famous? Who made the deal? So this piles up more and more things that you have to look into, but there is no other way. And for me, there's no bigger pleasure than when someone or something points at something else, because I know where to go next. And this is not deterministic because you still have to keep all other options available. But at the same time, when you walk into 10 or 12 or 25 parallel streams, you will find eventually the convergence of the streams if it exists. Otherwise, dead end, reverse, other way. This is the only way to go. No other way, I think. What I'm
I would like
happy.
to ask you,
Yes,
Sheikh, I
please.
would-
Please.
sorry, go ahead.
No, just a phrase. When we began our discussion with Druzer, the small group theory was in from my behalf way more vague in terms of data. Now I'm a few months down the road, and I can have the proof that one middle agent knew Hauser, knew Klingel, knew Edwards, probably knew Larry Kane because of one unique alias combination that appears in Edwards' book and then appears on September 2069 in a San Rafael bowling alley. There's no two other ways about it. And if you consider the alias of Jerry and Joyce Love that Edwards used for his book, it leads Joyce Love is actually a member of the Busby family. This is the family of Stein's mother, Audra Busby. And then you say, okay, so what are the odds to that? So please ask me the question you want, and I'm sorry
Yeah.
I interrupted.
No. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I would like to ask you, two questions. One for you, Czech, and one for all of you guys. My first question is: do you think that all, let's say, the canonical crime of the Zodiac are mafia related? First question. Second question: have you ever or early working on other serial killer case like Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, Ed Gein? So, Jake, first question first.
Yes, thank you.
Do you think it's mafia related?
I think that this very obsessive, predatory killer that was the Zodiac, of course, served a personal fantasy, but I believe that the source of the psychopathy vested deeply into his background, his early background, may have been connected to a trauma that reflects a certain family history. In that essence, his hatred for himself may have been projected or targeted towards people or families that he would hold accountable in his own unique perspective of being at the same time a misplaced Catholic, let's say, and at the same time the projection of Lord High Executioner Coco. Now, this grudge, of course, is personal, but if this has to do with the downfall of a family, it has to be also financial or socioeconomic. So for me, greed, the strongest motive of all, centuries, is part of the psychopathy, and greed also would reflect his daily conduct as well. This is not just a guy that goes into a trigger murderous mode and otherwise he's a well-respected, a good citizen or a concerned citizen. These are mockeries that he's giving out to the world. He's targeting and killing all American kids. He's targeting clean American kids. He's not going against the counterculture. He has, I believe, very dark, even ideological aspects, but this is a very demented crusade from a guy who is greedy also, I think, in his daily conduct. So criminal associations and some sort of, underbelly, seedy underbelly of financial nature, I would say it is to be expected. This would probably be a guy who would pull off business ventures and try to scam the other party, the other entity. If he is involved in the Robinson murders, then not only do we have a group of killers, essentially, but we also have this sort of psychopathy and financial greed blended in what seems to be the tragedy of a slain family. We should not forget that the St. Patrick medal, the medallion, was placed upon Richard Carl Robinson. The family was not Catholics. St. Patrick is the patron saint of those who are into distress, into a very deep voyage, the traveler, the expeditioner. So this is a statement with implications that I could see, associated with Zodius becoming Zodiac. And as for this, your second question, I'm looking into other murders into the context of this case. I'm trying to be very careful here. We mentioned Elizabeth Short, Peyton Allen. There are cases where there seems to be this sort of mindset, let's say, that have caught my interest. Now, you mentioned Dahmer and Bundy. I think these were mostly opportunistic killers, and I'm not in general. I watch true crime documentaries, but I'm not in general the guy that would say, "Okay, we cracked the Zodiac case. Let's go to the next one." This is a singular case. This is a unique case because of the arrogance, because of the psychopathy, and because the killer chose to project a cerebral mind game in order not to give clues. He does that, but the end game for him is to say, I'm better than you. And by the way, I killed 5-year-old children, or 14, or God knows how many. So this is something that pisses me off. And you might say, well, you don't have other problems in your life. Oh my God, Queen, just keep them writing down. We could be 10 days here and I could talk about my problems, obviously. But, it's like, it's there. There have been movies, there have been documentaries. It's not like I'm the only guy who came out of his cave and I'm like, well, today I'm gonna do the Z13. There's thousands of people all over the decades that have been interested in this one way or another. I'm just one of them. I may be just the most fast talking of them. I don't know, but one of them.
Yeah. Oh, we all have problems in our lives, and that's why we avoid them and look at a 50-year-old cold case instead.
We've said that. It's true. With Druzer, we have had this discussion. Oh my God, how many times? I don't know. But it's a pleasure. When it gives me the opportunity to meet you guys and spend time with Druzer in our DMs, being sassy and fabulous, yeah, why not?
When's the wedding?
We're working on it.
About you, Altug? Do you have?
Yeah, I don't see really a connection with the mafia. I don't know. That's maybe a bit outside of the boundaries. I don't deny totally the possibility, but you could maybe call this like at some point, in order to make things not more complicated, I just shut it off at that point because it means a new area of study and you have to make another round around all the material, etc. So I would go into it if I would find more evidence that points into that direction. But at the moment, I don't see that connection. It could be, of course, that the guy somehow, because of family, etc., maybe he got involved into things like that. But what I see here, I think if this is somehow related to violence, neglection, etc., during childhood or in the later times, I think it's more related to what happened inside family. Inside the family, I basically think that we deal with a person that thinks something was stolen from him, his life, maybe riches, whatever, and I think he blames more than one. He blames family for it, definitely. Sometimes I have this strange idea that killing young couples is somehow like killing father and mother before they were able to bring him in this world.
Yeah.
Some sort of a revenge of what maybe father and mother have taken away from him. Or maybe I read it as something like, how stupid of you to bring me in this world and later you didn't care about me, etc. So I see these kind of, let's say, psychological roots sometimes, but it cannot be proven. But when I look generally into things like motive victimology, etc., sometimes I think we can see something like that. And I see a lot of hate towards society in general, the establishment, I would say. Probably other people also, people whom he basically just finds stupid and, how do you call it? You can live without them, and most of the people you can live without them. They don't add really something to life, etc. So he is pissed at everyone basically, and that's one thing I see in him. And that, as I said, it could be related with how things went wrong for him along his life. Not being accepted by family, then not really finding a hold in society, and maybe politically not very happy with what's going on. And you have a really disgruntled person who hates everything and everyone because he holds everything responsible for the position he finds in himself in. So I don't see really a mafia thing there. On the other hand, I see what was it? It was just in my mind. I think when you invert his behavior, because his basic behavior is like to dominate, to instill fear, to show how fearful you should be of him. It's all about that. And so somehow I think that this person maybe was put in a lot of fear, defenseless, often dominated, etc., etc. And he kind of, with these things, he totally inverts that. Yeah, and it's like an act of you were humiliated and put into fear, really put down, and then you do something that is the total opposite. You totally dominate. You taunt everyone. You make yourself look very fearful, and I see this as an act of balance, actually. When when you feel like totally weak, defenses, etc., and then you propel yourself in this position of a person who is like this mysterious, fearful thing that could strike anywhere, anyone, etc. So I think it's somehow a balancing act, the opposite of what he normally experienced or experienced, not being respected, not being listened to. And then you have all this thing, listen to me, print this, do this, etc., giving orders, etc. So I see there a negative inversion of what he experienced. And again, I don't see this much related to mafia. It could be in more regular spaces when you are a young person, in school, maybe at the workplace, etc. There is a guy, Alfonso Linguis, and he says the best torturers, they come from those who have been tortured. And I really find this interesting, because only when you have suffered a lot of things do you somehow become ready to make others suffer in the same way. Yeah, you show the same remorselessness that you were faced with people doing terrible things to you, and it doesn't need to be physical. You can also be tortured mentally a lot. But we know, bullying can have a lot of forms. So I think it's more about his immediate experience with the family. I think he feels like he was he was left out of something that he thought would be his, etc. So this is how I see his profile more, and I don't really relate this to Mafia. You could say, yes, in the Mafia there is a lot of humiliation, blah, 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 etc. But I would say that, funny enough, Mafia is often also called family, you know, and for a lot of people, it's a place where they feel part of. And I think for this guy, the problem is that he's never felt part of something. And he's trying to impose himself on everything, basically, starting with the victims, you know. So this is my answer to relation with Mafia. Maybe as Sheikh's background research continues, he will maybe give us, bring us maybe more knowledge that could maybe support this idea that mafiatic lifestyles could have been part of it. And I think some of the knowledge he digged into maybe gives us that also. So it's not something to be overlooked, but I could say I'm not really ready to look into the Mafia aspect, at least, and I see it a bit more secondary or unlikely. Maybe that's because of my own approach. And your other question, when it comes to older cases, I have, of course, studied a lot of those very classic crimes: Ted Bundy, Ed Gein, all these guys. Yeah, 70s California, 60s California, especially. But one thing about them is, of course, they are solved cases. So you can learn a lot from them, but often I use this to kind of understand what makes the Zodiac different. And you look at the BTK killer and wow, okay, really brutal guy, etc. But you can say, okay, the Zodiac is not this kind of a profile. There's no sadism involved. It's not sexual attacks, etc. So I think these kind of studies, they help me a bit more about who the Zodiac is not, who we cannot really associate with the Zodiac. I do not exclude sexuality in that sense, because I think there are a lot of moments in the Zodiac's behavior and writings where you can see forms of sexuation. For example, in the Z408, he says like killing is even better than, you know, having sex with a woman. Yeah, so you see there some sort of a relation between the sexual and the violent. But it's one or two sentences where you really see this. So it's very deeply embedded when it's there at all. Or, for example, you could say that there is a sort of sexual gratification in stabbing someone. It's often seen as a replacement of penetration. Yeah, but then it's also the way he limits his behavior. I mean, he had the chance to do something to Jensen. When you think about it, he could have just put her in his car and driven her somewhere, etc. He could have just killed Hartnell and then do whatever he wants with Cecilia, etc. But it's at these moments where I feel it's whatever his sexuality is, it's very suppressed, or it works not like BTK. It doesn't work like Ted Bundy. For example, I think Ted Bundy's violence, I think it comes a lot from the fact that he did not know that his sister was his mother. I often try to imagine myself one day, if I had a sister and she's telling me I'm actually your mother, and this was a plot of all our family to protect you from something, blah blah blah. And I think I would have not waited as long as Ted Bundy to, you know, shoot everyone down. You know, how can you hide something like this from me?
Yeah.
You know? And so there you can see some resources of frustration, and it helps you to imagine what the sources of the Zodiac could have been. You know, like why killing couples? Who do you hate? A young couple is maybe a prototype of a family, what will become family in the future. So maybe it's really something directed against both parents. So it could mean he holds them responsible for maybe unsuccessful marriage that suddenly left him in the open. Maybe he was raised by others, stuff like that. So you try to learn these kind of things from these older crimes. I like to look into other guys like Kaczynski, because what I see there is like it's the same time, it's the same ideological atmosphere, environment. And okay, this guy, he decided to live in a hut somewhere in I don't know, Montana or Idaho, but then he somehow returned, and some of the places he bombed was actually Berkeley, where he worked. So this, for example, tells me how people return actually to the sources of what they saw as a problem. When you read Kaczynski's letter, his manifesto, it's against, actually it's against academia making, cooperating with the system. So he basically blames the academicians for holding up a system that he deeply hates. And he strikes universities, for example. So this is his connection. So 30 years later, people realized, oh my God, this guy who sent bombs to Berkeley was actually a teacher, a professor at Berkeley. So you can maybe see these kind of connections when you study this material. No, it helps you somehow where you could look at. What does this guy strike? And so where could we find this thing in his past? Things like that I learned from it. Other than that, I watch all kind of criminal programs about crimes. I don't know, TV series, documentaries, etc. I study them all, take notes. I have a bit of a focus on ideologically motivated crimes, because I believe that this is part of what makes the Zodiac. Also because I believe that some of the skill set he has, he may have obtained it from relations with these kind of more radical organizations. So if you accept these as mafia, yes, I think there is a mafia aspect, but not really mafia. Yani, I think it's a bit more, maybe more ideologically or politically motivated organizations. It's worth looking into. But again, that can give you a lot of different modus operandi also. For example, I look at this sniper killer in the 80s who shot black people while he traveled through America. So he, for example, is a distance hitter. You know, he doesn't like to get up close. He's always hidden from a distance, etc. But then you have this other guy. I don't remember his name, but I think he operates somewhere in Ohio, and he shoots people with a sawed-off rifle up close. Later, he steps in New York. He stabs people in the metro. And so that's a close-up guy. But the motives are the selves. They want to erase black people, for example. And they have brought themselves to a point where they believe they should take action to, I don't know, save the country, etc., etc. So, or I look at like organized right-wing groups, etc., and look at the motives, what they are doing. Maybe also trying to find types of crimes that he could have committed before he started with murder. Maybe like small robberies, things like that he got away. So basically, you go through all this stuff to get clues, to understand your profile. And mostly what this thing helps you to understand is what this guy is not. And that's also good, because even if you don't know what he is, you know what to keep outside
Sorry,
of the profile. So that's also an approach. Maybe wrong, maybe right. That I don't know, but I think it helps you in this. So older cases, I think it's essential to study them. I do like to read a lot of FBI handbooks, manuals on serial killers, and because they have a lot of cases that they explain there. There's a lot of knowledge about how to construct, how to explain motive in the right way. What is difference between signature, modus operandi, etc. So I also read these cases and some relevant material in order to just be better at it. In the end, it's undeniable. I'm an amateur. I'm not educated in anything of this. I'm just studying Zodiac related material, maybe since 3 years. But I feel I have to do this kind of studies in order to somehow being able to contribute, somehow to bring fresh perspectives, even if I'm not really the person supposed to bring these. Yeah, I know what I don't know, but I try to improve. I try to learn better. I try to learn to make less mistakes, try to remember better, take more notes, make more timelines, and study it over and over again until a correct version of things sticks in my mind. Because obviously we are in an area where we have the kinds of like Druzer, who is really like encyclopedia. Knows everything, and you talk to people like Richard Grinnell and they know everything. So sometimes you can appear very silly when you talk with them, because they will tell you a fact and you feel like an idiot, basically. No, how could I not think about? Yeah, but I mean it. No, I'm not crying because of it, of course. But it's how you learn. So it's part of it. Yeah, and you try to speak, but a lot of it is not correct or is based on some information you mixed up. But I try to learn. I try to think in a more professional way, let's say, and a lot of it is basically taking a lot of notes, studying what's been said in servers, in other groups, etc. So that's what I do with the older cases. I like to study them and to learn something from them. Yes.
Which is great, really great.
Yeah.
Would like to say hi to Melissa, to Rob, to Jeff, Diane. Hello, everybody. I hope you are doing well. I would like also to asking you this question
To me.
to everybody
Okay.
concerning the behavior of the Zodiac during his crime. Consider the way he's writing the letter, the way he's made his cipher. Could you make the difference between the persona and the human being behind the mask?
Great question.
Druzer.
I think there's certain elements that we can interpret, but it's very important to stress that it is an interpretation. He seems to be presenting a chaotic, lunatic character, but he's also I think it's not a slip up, but an intentionality that he actually spells some words correctly and he uses a semicolon properly. I think I think he wants people to know that he isn't the fool he's presenting himself to be. Altog's talking about me knowing everything or Richard, but I think all we know is that we don't know anything. Certainly not about his profession, his sexual proclivities, his motives, or any of it. Like in terms of Mafia, I'd say that's that's as on the table as any other profession. We know he had a lot of time on his hands. I think it's safe to say that he had a lot of anger to society. He had a lot of knowledge of criminality and police procedures. But he really could have been anyone. And I feel that way after, I don't know, somewhere near a decade of looking into it. I know Tom feels that way after like 30 years. And yeah, I think anything is on the table, and that has to be kept in mind. Like if there was a Mafia connection, it's not what we would assume. Like there was a hit on David and Betty Lou. I don't see any money coming from that exchange. But if we're talking about the lifestyle of someone who's enveloped in criminality and is, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, and that could be your connection there.
And about the differentiation about the persona and the human being behind the mask.
Right. I mean, he doesn't seem like a perfectionist. I think it meant a lot to him, but I don't think he spent more than a day on anything that he sent in. And we can say the 408 or the 340 was his masterpiece, but he would make a mistake, recognize it, and just keep moving forward. I think that the real person probably doesn't reflect a lot of the character that comes through. Although I also think he was pretty honest with a lot of things. I think killing for fun and thrill is as good an explanation as any. I think a lot of the information he gave may have been accurate because I don't think he was worried. I don't think he thought he was on anyone's radar. If he knew the victims, I think it's probably more likely that it's more in Shake's line of thinking, that he knew where they were, or he knew who they were, who their parents were, what their affiliations of the parents might be. But I don't think any of the victims would have recognized him or spoke of him. Obviously, there were survivors at two of the crimes. That didn't seem to slow him down. He'd still keep writing away. So yeah, I'm focused on what we don't know.
Yeah. Jake, some question for you.
I think that there are so many open avenues that I think I will latch on to the last phrase of Druzer, because what we don't know is so big and so open in interpretation and avenues of research that this alone provides always a field to bring in more research and try to establish factuality versus speculation. It's not that speculation is negative. It's just that you have to identify it for what it is. So there's just too much open space, so much information to be written down and processed. For example, broader family. I mean, Marie-Hélène Mageau had 2 or 3 sisters. There's still stuff there as for her family, their whereabouts and stuff like that, just for the mere, close proximity family, aside from anything else. So this will be the object of even further research, and then you can have this frequent down the road roundabouts where you say, okay, this is what I have found out, this is what fits, this is what doesn't fit, and then you can move on forward to the next piece of information. And this has to do also with the religious beliefs of the victims, of the potential beliefs of the killer, anything else. It's the singularity of this case that imposes a different methodology than opportunistic killers. Even if the victims were random, this is someone who exhibits discipline at what he does. At the same time, through the disciplined actions, the obsession and the predatory nature shows through. So it's this kind of paradox balance that we have to approach.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great observation.
And I think we have to not look for a single reason for the various mysteries within the mystery. I think there's probably a combination of a lot of things.
A multi-layered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's practical reasons. I think there's psychological reasons. I think there's sexual reasons. I think all of these things are probably involved to one extent or another. Yeah, all we can do is keep looking.
Yeah.
And with your permission to renew our date, you will pardon me for taking my leave for tonight. It's been a great pleasure. It's an honor to be on your show, Jerome. It's an honor to be with these beautiful, fine minds and good friends and researchers, Druzer, Altug, with everyone in the audience. You will excuse me, and I hope I will be back again. It will be also a pleasure and a joy for me to join you and continue our discussion with this kind of conversation, and also with new data that will come along the way. Why not?
Yeah, this was a fantastic groundwork, Shake.
Yeah, really.
More to come, I hope.
More to come. Cheers to
Yeah,
that. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, everyone.
And you are welcome when you want. You are here at home. So it was a great honor for me also to have you tonight.
Yeah.
It was a great discussion. Thank you very much for your observation and all the work you have done, and share it with the audience and with us. Was a great moment and a great talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, guys. Thank you. Take care. Good night.
Good
Yeah,
night.
take care.
Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. Take care.
Great guy.
Well, to answer your persona question, Jerome, I think, and how I see it, I think what we can look at in whatever the Z has done in terms of actions or in writing. We can still look at behavioral choices, which can tell you something that is stronger than guessing who he was in real life, etc. I don't know even if that distinction here really works. Was he masking? How was he in real life? How was he when he was a Zodiac? And the two can be very related, but at some points maybe they can appear very unrelated, and it's something that we in the end don't know. We cannot really say he did this, then in real life he's that person, or he's motivated this with this. As Richard today said, it falls into the realm of speculation. But some things he does, we can at least say, okay, that's part of repeating behavior, part of his pattern as a criminal, at least. And I don't know if you should call this his mask or his real person or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I think we have a more handy term here, and which is called the criminal profile, basically. And some institutions or organizations that deal with crime have developed these. And as far as I can see, they use sometimes the term like personification, etc., but they use it in a different context. It does not really mean the same thing as the word persona in, let's say, psychology, because the term is aimed at something else. It tries to give us the picture of something else. So I think what we can do is we can maybe trust these kind of definitions and try to work with these kind of tools that are given to us by professional criminal researchers or behavioral analysts. And I think you can find a number of things in which you see consistency in these behaviors, which tells you there is an essence, there is something there that you can use to work further on, like, as I said, the victimology, for example, couples, young couples, in isolated place, lovers' lanes. So you see that these mean something to him. Maybe he doesn't talk in real life about these things, but real life, does it mean the hidden life, or does it mean the life he maintains in front of other people? Maybe he never mentions lovers' lanes in his real life with other people, but then maybe he's driving along these roads very often to see what young people are doing, So it can mean a lot of things, but what counts really here that it is an aspect of his behavior, going to lovers' lanes, and when he sees someone doing out there, he feels like going after them. So this is maybe something that goes beyond this, like who is he as a criminal, who is he as a persona. He is a person who does this when he finds the opportunity. So that is maybe something that's more important. Maybe there's also this thing, we don't really need to know who he is as a person, It can be quite surprising, of course. I mean, when you look at guys like BTK, or who was this guy, the Green River Killer, or person at church, is the very respected guy in the society, in his community, etc. So we will maybe see something like that, but we will maybe also see someone like who was this night stalker, this guy who is, totally uh, living at the lowest of society in hotels, no money, etc. So you don't know how that turns out. So what you have is he what he does, what we know from evidence, from crime scene evidence that he does, that you know uh, he comes, shoots, he kills, and then he basically walks away slowly. For example, this, it's a kind of behavior that maybe gives you something to interpret. He's walking slowly away. Sometimes I interpret this like it's killing someone is much more something that happens in his mind than actually doing it. He stabs Hartnell 5 times, he stabs Shepard 15 times, and then he walks away like as if think I killed them, but they're not dead technically, but for him it's I just killed them. So that tells me something about how the rage takes place in his head, like in a trance, like it's a very interesting trance where he thinks he has the moment is that I have killed, the fact is something different, but how he feels and perceives it, he's already done it, so that says something to me about that guy, the kind of mentality uh, he gets in, that he picks these victims. It tells me uh, something about him. And he picks them for killing, he doesn't pick them for robbing, for taking their car away, or to, I don't know, to rape the girl or stuff like that. And that's also very strange. Yeah, it tells you what is different about this guy, that he picks these. Probably he's not really seeing the individuals there. He sees more like a symbol, two shadows in a car being close to each other. It's something probably that enrages him. He really doesn't know who is going to kill, but he assumes that these are two young people who doing a wrong thing. And what makes you so enraged about seeing two people parked at the side and necking? A lot of people, they would just smile and drive by. Oh, they have it good, and something like that. So, what really gets you so angry about this? That's again something that makes him different. It's maybe not his what you would call the persona, but we don't know that. Maybe in real life, when he sees two people getting close at daytime in the city, he's again like, stop it. Maybe he says something like that, or maybe in his past he has behavior like, stalking couples, maybe just throwing stones at them so that they get disrupted. Because I think he likes to turn the pleasure into pain, because sex or love is the ultimate satisfaction, and then you go there and spoil that, and from the happiest moment suddenly you turn it 180 degrees around and turn it into death. And why do you do that? What's so compelling to you to feel like you have to turn this thing around and make it a gruesome moment, the last moment in your life? You were kissing a moment before, let's say, and suddenly there's a guy who uh, apparently just stops that for whatever it is. So we have these kind of things in his behavior that tell us something about him. real life or not, it's probably more about what we know when he is this killer, but it's what we can really know about him when we look at his criminal behavior. I think that's really our material, and we have to build from there. And as we go to persona, how is he in real life, it's always problematic because you don't know how the behavior in the crime scene, into what milder or different forms does it translate in his real social life. You don't know that. Maybe it helps you to guess. Maybe it helps you to create hypotheses. But hard to prove also. How do you go to prove that? My approach is, again, as I said before, I try to look back in the other material that he provides to us. You know, he does something, then he writes something, and I see these are two kind of things that support each other. It's the same concept. So you try to, by seeing repeating things in his actions and his writings, you try to you try to capture these heavy points. You know, imagine it something like this. You know, you have a flat plane, like empty space, and then something happens. You know, a behavior in the Z, and it creates a little mess that creates a point on that flat space. And then if he does it again, it becomes a bigger planet. And by carefully checking every behavior and seeing if it's repeats or if it's connected, you can actually create a little constellation of the things that seem to matter to him. You know, and that gives me his conceptual world. So I try to capture his conceptual world through this, by looking at where does the mass come together, and where are these, you could call it black holes, or I don't know, yani. Wherever that flat space has these points where by his own behavior he puts more weight on it. You see that these are the things he matters. And you can see that from many angles. Killing obviously matters, but writing also matters. We have two heavy points there, the writing and the killing. At some point, the writing even exceeding the killing. So the writing must mean a lot to him. There are theories why he's writing, but then instead of making assumptions like, he wants attention, he wants this, he wants that, I again would prefer to look into the writings himself to understand what makes writing so important for him. You know, not like our universal psychological expectations of, he writes, he wants attention. Not like that, but looking more into why it matters. Yani, is attention really the thing? For example, in my opinion, it's not attention. Attention is a side product. It's influence. Because with your writing, all the time it tries to influence, to manipulate. So having an impact on someone probably is much more important for him to be known by everyone, or being more famous than Manson, being more famous than blah blah blah. I don't think it's too. I find it too shallow, you know. But when you look at how repeatedly he, with every letter, tries to influence, it tries to pull people into a certain direction of thinking. So he wants impact. He wants influence over law enforcement, what they do, what they carry out. he wants influence over the press, how they think, what they should write. So this is a lot about, he wants to be not famous, he wants to be important, he wants to have a weight on what other people are doing. And maybe you can see that in some of the results of what he's doing. Like when he kills in Laurel's lanes, he changes the whole behavior of the town. People no longer go to Laurel's lanes. In San Francisco, he talks about the bus bomb and people are not sending his children to school. Their children. So that's about influence. And I don't think that he gives really a flying fuck about how famous he is, even when people try to benefit from it, he writes that. He wrote a letter to Belli. And in my opinion, basically, he wrote that letter to tell him to stop doing silly things about him, Don't use my name like this. I always see this letter a bit like a threat. Hey, guy, okay, don't try to turn this into that kind of a spectacle, because I don't want that kind of let's keep it serious, man. I think, for example, I think he tries to say something like that with a direct letter to Belli that includes a piece of shirt also. It's a threat, in my opinion. So this is how I see this persona issue. Whatever we can find from his behavior in order to put it into a criminal profile, I think that's what really matters. Otherwise, I don't even really care if he likes chocolate in his real life or this or that. I mean, if it would have been, and if he would mention it in his letters somehow, I would think about the importance of chocolate. I'm not excluding it, but in my opinion, the way I answer your question is, it's not persona, it's not mask, it's criminal profile. That's the concept that we should work with. Not to refuse, of course, your question, but my answer is criminal profile and behavior. I think that's where we have to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right about influence over attention.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't think you're correct about rage at the crime scenes, though. I think the consistency that we have really in all four canonical crimes, as you kind of pointed out, is that he's walking away slowly. He's cool under pressure. He knows that James Owen is like a minute down the road before he opened fires, and he doesn't do it quickly. He spends numerous shots, gets them out of the car so he can play with his toy, probably. At Blue Rock Springs, as he takes pains to mention in his letter, I did not peel away from this crime scene. At Lake Berryessa, he has this whole calming story that he relays. He spends his time with them. As soon as he stabs them and again slowly walks away, according to Brian, they started talking immediately. So he probably knew that they weren't both dead. But he wasn't willing to stick around too much longer. He knew he still wanted to write his message.
He has to go away now.
At Presidio Heights, it's even more so. He spends a lot of time in that cab and then just calmly walks away. And I think the premeditation that we can infer from a lot of these crimes also says that he was going out. Maybe he did this every weekend. Who knows? Maybe he always had his kill kit prepared. But it was the cold-blooded nature of these crimes. I think should not be abandoned. As important as attention or spreading fear, influence. Like, I mean, he's not He's not putting his own name out there. He wants people. He wants to spread fear as far as he can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, and I agree with that. يعني, I don't know exactly what I actually find interesting about this calmly walking away. And there are maybe situations where it's not so calm. In Durak Springs, actually, he comes back, shoots another round into the people,
He may
etc.
never kill. He wanted them to die. I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
But I also think he enjoyed the act itself. I don't know if I would use the term picarism.
Yeah, maybe in some sort of a rush, or in this, I don't know. Maybe he felt really grandiose when he did these things. A grandeur. Like then you walk like I just finished someone. Maybe it's something like that. So it's of course kind of behavior that needs to be interpreted. And again, what I try to do is I try to look into other things. I think premeditation is a very important question. I think he's very prepared. And Lake Berryessa involves so much preparation when you think about it. The hood, etc. So you literally sit down and plan how you will look during the murder itself. So that's a very high level of mediation, I would say. The way how the Stein letter and the Stein crime itself are interconnected, it's highly premeditated, because the crime itself already involves the plan of the letter. And you take the shirt because it will get into the letter. So crime and letter are physically connected. So that's really a plan. I will kill him, I will take the shirt, then I will write the letter, I will put the shirt inside the letter. So it's already several steps that have been planned ahead, in my opinion. So that's also... sorry?
Not to mention a probable getaway car. If he planted a car there and got himself down back,
So that's really a very high level of premeditation, if you ask me. And also the number of crime scenes, how they increase at Lake Berryessa. You have the murder location itself, at the car he's writing at the door, then he goes to Napa to make the call. So you have already three, and in the literal sense, you have three crime scenes there, three places where so it's like a whole sequence planned ahead. It's not a rage killing that all of a sudden starts. Maybe he enjoys the rage that he can show during the murder, but to get himself to this point, to get this point of the ultimate satisfaction, he plans it in so many steps. And what's also planned is not only the violence towards the people he kills, but the violence, the pain he wants to inflict through the messages to press, to law enforcement, to the families. And he kills, but it's not finished there. Then the taunting starts. And that's also part of the crime. Maybe as important as the crime, the bragging rights of the, to call police and shock them and tell them, hey, I just killed two guys. Nah. And writing it on the door, look, my history, I killed 3 times by knife. So what's that whole thing, I think that's this not only any premeditation there, but think about how much story building actually story building effort. He thinks about a legacy that he's going to write on the car door. Yeah, and he kills, and one of the things is, look, this is my killing streak. So think about it for a moment. Yeah, and you monumentalize your actions. You turn it into a manifesto of some sort of. And why is that important? It's important to him. He likes to do the killing, but he then also likes the whole spinning of a story around it based on the killings. What kind of a story is that he enjoys there? So it's all extremely interesting and gives us things to think about. He may have made mistakes during the killings, like leaving survivors behind, etc. Which could tell us something about that. He's not necessarily a very good calculator or a very good executioner during the action itself. But I think the whole planning, the spinning of this story, creating all these inscriptions, these calls, etc. I think that's something that shows a whole another world of behavior, goals, satisfaction, pleasures. And often the crimes are much more parts, the material he needs in order to spin these other things, I would say that he's some sort of a story-driven killer,
I think it started with the killings. I don't think he had it all planned I'm not positive, but I don't think he had it all planned at the first crime. I think he did.
Yeah. It evolves. I think the same for Lake Herman and for Blue Rock Springs. It's more. I mean, at Blue Rock Springs, he did the call, which, in my opinion, is his first step into a more story-driven. That's where he discovers maybe the chance to make a story out of it. So I see this as the first thing, and then the letters follow. But Lake Beresa is, in all these 3 steps, 3 locations, it's so story-driven, and in some way. Even using knives, he's trying to do something epic, when you think about it. In terms of the story he tries to create, it's really epic. Yeah, and what he feels, it's really epic. He did the epic thing.
It's evolving every crime. He's giving the media more to write about. I think he really liked the press attention he got after Lake Herman Road, but it was short-lived. And I think he was, if I could put a moment to when he decided to start the campaign, I would put it at March 31st, 1969, when they did an elaborate article about him, and they
with the family, right?
They stressed in this article that it was the most celebrated unsolved crime in California at the time. They stressed that there's really no way to find someone without a discernible motive, and they say, "Oh, geez, I hope he doesn't do it again." It was widespread. It gave him a lot of encouragement, I would say.
Hi, Ross, by the way. Good to see you.
Yeah, gentlemen. Mr. Ross Geraci, Planet X.
Yeah, no, I had some things going on today. I wish I could have jumped on earlier than Morph. That was cool that he popped off with you guys. Can I weigh in on this Mafia connection theory?
Please.
So, it would be highly unlikely. So, are you familiar with the concept of omerta, Jerome?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Code of silence. So,
Yeah.
This would be the loudest thing ever for a mafia member. Like, if literally the mafia would have justification to kill you if you were writing letters to the cops, calling Nancy Slover and Officer Slate, and like, hey, look, you went to your underboss, you just said, hey, look at my creative side project. I'm shooting unbeknownst teenagers on lover lanes, but I'm writing letters to police, SFPD, the Chronicle, whoever. Like, that would basically go against everything that you are told when you become a mafia initiate. I mean, what we'd be looking at is this guy operating rogue within a mafia family.
Exactly.
And even if they found out that you were doing that without first of all, you would have to tell them. Second of all, if they found out you were doing that, they would have grounds to kill you either way. It's simply too loud. What I would compare it to is the Saint and Slaves MC theory, which I imagine that a MC would look at it as the same way. Like, hey guys, I'm writing these symbols in my letters to essentially to law enforcement. Oh, by the way, we're wearing the patches on our cuts, so it's going to lead directly back to us. I mean, it would be absolutely insanity. I assume that the MC would probably kill you because, again, it's just too hot. Like, I don't know, Druzer, have you seen like Sons of Anarchy or any of the shows that deal with MCs?
Yeah, whether he was in a motorcycle gang, a cult, or was a police officer, obviously we're talking about rogue activities that their organization would not condone.
Right.
It would really explain why your communication stopped,
For sure. Okay. I mean, that alone, if that was it, and what, like, now a cult, I think is a different story because cults have overlaps and spin-offs, and it's kind of a maybe more of a Tom O'Neill chaos or Horan, if you prefer, type of thing. But even of course I have my theory, but like, so like, one thing I haven't looked up at all is like, what is like the Sicilian Italian population like in the greater Vallejo area? That's something I don't know of at all. I mean, if it were, I know people like to say like, oh, well, it's the families, they all knew each other and all the victims knew each other, and also Zodiac like knew all of them. If it was that small of a milieu, I think we would have put it together a lot quicker, or at least VPD or SFPD, whoever, FBI, someone would have put it together a lot quicker. I mean, like, the only possible scenario is like this mafia group or MC got burned on a drug deal or got robbed, and then you put a hit on the kids of the parents to send a message. But I even don't see that happening. I think nonetheless it would just be if the parents robbed you or they burned you on some sort of mafia or MC crime deal, you're going to kill the person that burned you, that stole your money. You're not going to go kill their 16, 17-year-old teenage kids on their first date on a lover lane. It simply doesn't make any sense. I mean, the only mafia character that we have in the narrative that I know of is like Spinelli, right, Druzer? And my understanding is he's not like an underboss or Don level. He's like essentially an enforcer or a soldier. So even if you had this mafia hitman or soldier level to go out and do this Zodiac project behind the family's back, you know what I mean? Like, the number one rule, and MCs are no different, is the family comes first. You don't ever do anything to jeopardize the family. So it would just, and again, to going back to Druzer's point, like, we know absolutely nothing. So yeah, I guess there's a very low probability scenario where this mafia soldier and or hitman goes out and does this rogue Zodiac project. But I think it's simply too loud. Also, like, you don't see anything like, the slaves in paradise that people equate to this Filipino death cult. You don't see anything Italian witchcraft related. I would expect to see some sort of reference to Italian witchcraft, Sicilian witchcraft. Of course, people have brought up the Celtic cross, but there is nothing that would make me happier than to find out Zodiac is the monster of Florence. I just simply see nothing to relate to it. You know what I mean? There's nothing connecting the two except for lover lanes in two different countries. Would Zodiac be able to mask his Italian accent to the conversation to Slover or Slate? Yeah, maybe for one sentence, but could he do it for 15 minutes with the conversation with two witnesses at Lake Berryessa? No, absolutely not. Some phrase or pronunciation would slip out where Hartnell's like, that guy was a foreigner, that guy was European, that guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he would have said something like that.
Some phrase or pronunciation would have gave him away, and for all of them to say no discernible accent, you know, it just yeah. So I mean, I guess that's a project to me to just get an idea of what the Sicilian Italian population was in the North Bay, but even still, if it was, I would expect that to be more downtown San Francisco activity, you know what I mean, for in that sort of a crime family. So I mean, again, not impossible, but you know, again, like Altug said, unless the stop of communication is his own organization found out that he's the Z and they literally put a stop to it, like Altug said, that's literally the only way that could play out. And honestly, quite frankly, I don't think it would have took them that long to figure out, like, hey, dude, where were you on December 20th? Where were you at on July 4th? Where were you, and they start to pin out, oh, he's our only guy that wasn't available on those dates. Well, then the crime family is going to find out who Zodiac is before law enforcement. Like
everything else in the case, though, we have too few data points to actually put together a real pattern. The only pattern we have is that he had no pattern.
Yeah, I mean, but I agree with that. But a lot like, you know, the way you see the president and vice president giving the members and Sons of Anarchy like their missions, like Mafia enforcers are way more busy than you guys think they are. They have something to do every week. They have a mission. They got to go report it back to the underbosses. So it only kind of make a matter of time. Oh, our crew cut, horned rim wearing glasses guy that kind of matches the Presidio sketch is the only guy who's not answering us. You know what I mean? Like they have a better feel on it than law enforcement does because they deal directly with it. You know what I mean? I know there's the whole Lake Herman Road, like whatever drug bust thing. I'm not really going to weigh into that because I don't really think it has much of effect. But if Spinelli is our only guy, I'm going to go pretty low priority. And that dude doesn't really have any say in as far as like he's a low-level guy. Like I said, the underbosses find out about this. If the Don finds out about this, he's gonna. The second he snaps his fingers, are gone. Hey, we can't. This guy's writing letters and he's calling Nancy Slover, the police dispatcher. That's not gonna fly. They might kill you, quite frankly, for much less than that. You know, if they even think that you might compromise a mission or the family, you could be gone. You know. So,
I don't think Zodiac had any big affiliations like that. But if he did, I don't think he would let on. I don't think whatever that organization would be would have any better.
You know, no. Yani, I think doing a crime and then, you know, committing a crime and then actually writing about it, it's more something like political factions would do. You know, we placed the bomb and look, we did it. Whatever. So I don't think it's kind of if it's related to some organizational thing, I would say the tradition to which it connects would be more like some sort of terror type of attack where you come out and say I did it, you know. But here the difference is he never states motive. Maybe he wants us to find out. I don't know. Maybe for him it was important. You know, he thought people will understand something when you kill on Christmas and 4th of July, because two very central dates in American life, basically. So maybe he expected someone would find some sort of protest in these things, but it didn't happen. And then that would be the only kind of somehow organized relation to some sort of organized crimes, more of an ideological nature, let's say. But we don't really have proof for that as well. And the Mafia thing, I totally agree with everything you say, Ross. It would be outrageous to do these things without asking your. I'm not even talking about the Don. You know, someone superior to you finds out that you did these stupid things. they would say, "What the hell were you thinking when? And are you nuts?
Yeah. You don't rock the boat. I mean, that's
push,
what
yeah, push drugs, man. Why do you kill our customers? Yeah,
yeah. I mean, and the same thing with the Satan slaves or motorcycle clubs. That's what people want to go with. Like, it's way too loud of an. If you're dealing drugs or illegal firearms, any sort of illegalized crime. And then, like, hey, on the weekends, you're shooting couples of teenagers and calling the cops and writing letters and ciphers and all of this thing that, but I guess we don't know how much risk Zodiac was willing to take, so like Druzer said, if it was some rogue activity and he's just like, well, I'm a hitman for my day job and I'm just willing to do whatever, then yeah, sure. But then you're not just going to have the FBI and SFPD and VPD after you. You're going to have your own mafia family, everyone's going to be looking for you, right? Because it's too loud.
So, and then that level of attraction you create there, and it's unacceptable. And you bring the FBI into the mix. I mean, mafia doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
they speak directly to the FBI directly.
Could be, but it just doesn't. I don't know. I don't.
It doesn't.
I could buy cult more than I could buy like mafia, and then also, like we said, American holidays of significance. They're not necessarily Italian American, although someone brought up in the chat the August 27th is what Saint Augustus or Saint Augustine. No. So I think that was. I don't know if that was you, Al Tug, or who that was, but okay, maybe. But then it's like I tried the same thing with looking up like. Anything that I could find a cultic significance or any sort of religious holiday significance, like in the non-canonicals, and like I really didn't find much, you
can find them very clearly for the first two crimes, but it becomes more obscure or questionable when you move to Lake Berryessa or to the Stein murder, for example, October 11, and you don't find a lot of significant things there. Except the moon landings and stuff like that.
I like that angle a lot, though.
So that's probably because I think at least two missions are related to the days he killed. But that's pretty much it.
I mean. One thing I think would be strong because they say that Washington and Sherry, many people brought this up, Sherry Joe Bates, but to really hammer that home, why wouldn't you just shoot Paul on like the 30th or the 31st and be like, it's the exact date of Sherry Joe, that would be a lot more concrete, whereas it's like 3 or 2 or 3 weeks before, so.
Yeah. And then Presidio is really interesting in that regard because you can find reference to Cherry. There is a Vallejo Street just next to the Julius Kahn Park. You have a Lover's Lane there. So if you really look at these word-by-word connections, Presidio has a lot of them, but are they all true? Is it really that much of a place where all these references concentrate, or is it just when we look at it, we find them, but they didn't really mean something to the guy? So you can maybe consider these as interesting aspects, but maybe you should not build a theory or a hypothesis on them because it's too speculative in
celestial equinoxes and alignments. Druzer and I have brought it up before. Like, there's a little bit there. You got like a full moon on October 30th, 66. But other, you have December 20th for the first one. But other than that, there's really not that many that I know of. I was hoping for like full moons because I think Hood Garcia had one, so I was trying to follow up that for a while. But I mean, it's like we said, it's tough. There's no, as Druzer said, no real concrete discernible pattern.
It's
other than the name, which has other applications. There's really nothing to suggest that
exactly
the Zodiac character.
Yep, exactly. So Jerome, you had the Mafia thing, and then what was your other question? I know you had two.
All the cases. Do you study older cases? I think.
Ah,
he
yeah, yeah.
asked.
Do you
Oh.
have study other cases of other serial killer?
Yeah. Well, you guys know that for me, not really.
Yeah.
There's a couple things I'm into, but
I think Son of Sam has some bearing in terms
Yeah.
of.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah, apparently. So when I talked to Manny Grossman, he said that when Berkowitz was in jail, he had like this true crime club where I guess his followers, if you could believe that, or whoever would write into him, and supposedly Berkowitz was supposed to be pretty in tune with the Zodiac activity, at least according to Manny, who knows a lot better than me. Like, one thing I was going to bring up, Jerome, is when you and Ned covered the Louisiana axe murderer, like, though at least not all of them, as you guys covered, but the main kind of essentially targets were like the Italian Sicilian grocers. Now, if you had Italian Sicilian families as the victims for Zodiac victims, I could say, okay, yeah, maybe there's some sort of rogue mafia guy that went off the reservation. Maybe you could do it. But like what I see are pretty much random people from random ethnic backgrounds. And, you know, so doesn't really, it's not quite as concentrated.
I have this other question. Do you think there is more interest and more answer in his crime themselves, or in his letter, or in both?
I'll let you tackle that, Druz.
I was
Very
saying
good
earlier that
question. Very good question.
I was just saying earlier that I think it evolved. I think he did not know where he was going to strike in 1968. He found an opportunity. He enjoyed it. Did it for the thrill, the inner anger, whatever psychological issues he had. And then I think he enjoyed the attention he got and the fear that he spread. And I think once he felt confident that that there was no indication that they were going to get onto him, that he hatched a plan to get even more press attention, and so he added elements and more elements and more elements as he went. And I think as Ross's terrific interview with Dehan and Craig shows, and of course the work of Richard Grinnell, is you can see how he's reacting to the press he's receiving, you know, all the way through.
Yep. Yeah, it's like kind of I don't know what you would call it, but it's like action and eventually the more press he receives, as Druzer was saying, like he has a direct response to either the articles about him or other local crimes.
Yeah. What they're omitting from the reports, what they're claiming within them, you know, I think all of that has a lot of relevance.
I would guess that's a difficult question, Mr. B, but I would guess the crimes, just because, like, as you know, Druzer and Rich has said many times, like, I don't know how many actual hints there are in the letters. I'm sure there are some, but without knowing the suspect, it's very hard to determine what he, like, you know, Altug brought up the Mikado reference earlier. The thing is, he gets it wrong. He gets the quote wrong. So but that could be Zodiac's interpretation of that Mikado sequence, you know, like his ego's so big he has to take the poetry and make it his. So I said it my own way. I didn't just get like that's just a random thought, but who knows where he was going with that. But I would say the crimes, probably more specifically because of Berryessa, he comes with the pre-made costume. He comes with the premeditated, escaped convict story, escaped prisoner story. So I don't know. That's just kind of my angle. I haven't really analyzed the letters the way Rich and those guys have. And I think there's definitely stuff in there. I just don't know exactly what is Zodiac, what is the Zodiac persona, and then what is like random crap that he's making up. Because when he throws in like Richard Raditich and all these other, you know, he tries to throw his hat in for Snoozy Furlong. He does all this stuff that's like clearly, you know, not that focused, as opposed to when he writes, you know, the diatribe of this is like my little list of only I and the police knows. Well, it's a direct list of evidence from the lake, you know, the Lake Herman and Blue Rock scenes. You know what I mean? Whereas later on, he kind of spirals out of control in the letters, like what's this guy talking about? Like just ranting.
I think they were very controlled. No one's asking him to write these letters. Well, actually, the police did a couple times.
Yeah, for more details.
But yeah, I think he knew what he was doing. I don't think he accidentally told us about his basement.
Yeah.
Anything he's giving us, he's confident it is not going to lead back to him.
Yeah. Which is
so.
Interesting.
If we see this
Oh.
observation in this way, do you believe that the Zodiac has a real belief about the slave in his afterlife, or it was I don't know why he so insistent in his letter and in the cipher about the slave, the paradise? And my second question is, why do you think he sent a key to solve the first cipher was easy to solve, and why he doesn't do that for the second time with a cipher who was highly difficult to solve?
What you mean, the concerned citizen letter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really confirmed, right, Druzer?
No.
Yeah.
I don't believe he was the concerned citizen.
No.
I don't think for a second that he believed in slaves in the afterlife. I don't think he was. Maybe he was aware of the numerous cults in history that have offered such beliefs.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think there's any way.
I'm in total disagreement with Druzer. I think he was the concerned citizen. I think he did believe in the slaves in the afterlife, with one caveat, and that's what you and Ned covered, Jerome, in the Louisiana Axe murder episode. Like Jack the Ripper from hell, the Louisiana Axe letter. Although Ned said that it probably wasn't the actual murderer that sent that letter, but they all have these demonology callbacks, and so it's difficult to say if Zodiac was just looking at all those other, serial killer true crime letters before him. And there's only two cases that I know of, which is Jack and the Axe murderer. For whatever reason, he's running with that demonology theme. And, I'm not just a serial killer. I'm an evil demon from hell collecting souls. So it's kind of hard to say how much he's like piggybacking off that and just kind of copying off what those letters say. For whatever reason, these serial killers feel the need to claim to be demons from hell that are, to make it more demonic than just the actual serial killer activity itself. So I don't know, somewhere in between there of him biting off those letters and him believing it, but again, doesn't really lead anywhere.
When he said he now had enough slaves to work for him in the afterlife.
Yeah.
He killed nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he decided to stop there. Right? It's interesting.
Okay.
When he said that, and when we found it out, it was 50 years later.
He said we would get bad news for some time,
which is really crazy. But I find it still interesting that this is a continuing subject for him. And in both, okay, we solved it very late, thanks to Oranchak. But for him, it was a continuing theme. And he talks in both of his solved ciphers about slaves. So it's more than mockery, I think, because especially in the second letter, he seems to try to connect it to some sort of maybe not philosophy really, but he makes this an element of how he's more prepared to death like anyone else. So I think somehow it means something to him, Yani, the idea that he has control over someone and that it will give him some eternal something. I don't know. There is an interesting ideology or worldview, whatever you call that. I want to get back to the previous question of Jerome, Yani. What matters more, the writing or the crimes? We'll do it very short. My way of thinking is, of course, they are separate things, but and they are unique resources in themselves. But sometimes I think that writing itself is an act as well. It's maybe not as grave as murder, but it is action in the end. Yeah, and you decide to write, to do something. Like I decide to kill, I decide to write. Not same outcomes, but you can read them all at an action level. The action preferred to be done. But then writing is often associated with creating meaning, but so does behavior. I mean, when you kill someone, there is also a message in his killings. So that's, Yanni, you will find it strange that I call it writing, but it's production of meaning. So at that level, you can somehow connect these two different, what seems like acting and speaking can be connected on the action side as well when you consider writing a purposeful act. And also you could consider production of meaning when someone is killed, because it always means something to you also when you do violence. Violence is often rooted in a certain perceived meaning, a meaning that probably enrages you, does something to you, So I think they are both equally fruitful. You can study them in isolation also, but then you can also read them both of them on the level of action and on the level of meaning. So I think it can be a very fruitful way to go through all these elements on these three layers. It's sometimes what I try to do, but you have to be very organized and dedicated, and that's something maybe that I not can do every day, or I try to do, but it's not possible. Your other two questions, I don't remember the new ones you asked. One of it was
crimes, Hurst letters, and I don't know. Did you have a follow-up? I'm not sure.
Sorry? What did you ask? The two questions? Everyone's tired.
It comes like that, and after
questions. It's fine.
Somebody remind us in the chat.
Yeah. What were the questions, guys? Do we have still 40 people watching?
Yeah, there is another.
I'd like to share something I saw in Discord a while ago. I thought it was a really interesting discussion between Andrew O and I don't remember who the other was, but they're talking about how personal the Lake Berryessa attack was, and one fella said it was impersonal. Because he wore a mask to literally put a barrier between his true self and the victims. But Andrew's take was the opposite, that perhaps the mask was the true self. This is really how this evil person feels most in touch with the world.
That's my take on it.
And when he doesn't have the mask on, he's an everyday Joe with perhaps a quiet life, and that is the real mask.
Yeah, I mean, if he personally made the costume with personal meaning, it's kind of hard to say like he only wore it to hide his face from the victims at a location where there's only two victims. That when you leave after the job's done, they should be dead. Zodiac kind of fails that part of the mission, but it could have been a rag, like why like the custom executioner hood with the logo. He could have literally just wore anything else on his face, bandana, you know what I mean? Like something much easier,
I think it speaks to the slaves afterlife stuff.
Oh, yeah.
and that it's all branding,
Yeah, 100%.
And it has like the hood obviously has a lot of practical applications, but he didn't think of himself as just some shithead in a ski mask. He wanted to be a little more grand than
grandiose.
I think you see two uses at the same time. You have the how do you call it, the use value it's basically what it helps you, like hiding your face to not be identified. That is the flat use value. But then you have the exchange value, which is what the mask helps you to communicate at the other level. So I think the mask satisfies both for him. It because he uses the classes. I think probably because he had blue or green eyes. That's, for example, an idea that I have. Because that kind of glasses would actually hide something that could be very important to his identification. We never know his eye color. It's really an interesting thing. No one ever could describe his eye color. And so there is this use value of the mask together with the clip-on glasses. But the exchange value cannot be denied because he puts his symbol on it also.
And that's the branding.
And the way he appears and all that. So it's definitely also, again, some sort of a storytelling device. Yeah. But one that also performs the use value of hiding his identity. And maybe that's also one function of the use value, hiding the identity. It helps you to erase the real life identity and make you appear with the identity that you want to be recognized for or with, So it has this kind of double meaning, I think. So use value and exchange value in the same item. It's not one or the other, it's both, I think.
Dual purpose.
I think that I have an idea about that, about all of that. I think he gave us an answer in the Halloween card about his costume at Lake Berryessa, and like you say about his eyes to don't be recognized. I think, and I cannot prove it, but I think if he had choose to cover his head like this and cover his eyes, and you make the connection with the Halloween card, maybe he was blind of one eye. And if he was blind of one eye, it's highly you can recognize somebody really easily, because somebody blind from one eye is white, and the other will be green, brown. But if somebody is blind, it's sure that you will recognize it directly. And I think that's why he show us this skeleton with this mask on the Halloween card with one blind eyes and one eyes. But it's just a theory. I'm not sure, but for me it makes sense because he was not wearing his mask at the other crime scene, as we know. So it was in daylight. It was the only time he struck in daylight, and I think during the daylight it's highly visible. That during the nighttime it's not so visible. So I think it's maybe an explanation for that. He was blind from one eye.
Yeah, that's a cool theory. I mean, I think what Craig was saying about the prostitutes killed in the Tenderloin. They had their eyes cut out or whatever, like right before he sent that. So it seemed, but like if it's dual messaging, it could work. So question for Druzer, when he said that he completed his collecting of slaves project, is that after he already said that he was going to mask them as accidents and he was no longer going to announce the
day before?
Okay,
yeah.
so
yes, the day before, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe the same day. It's a little unclear to me. They were separate envelopes, and one's attributed to the 8th, the other the 9th, but it's possible that they were sent simultaneously.
Yeah, those connections come in tandem, so I think they relate to each other, I would
Which
say.
is
Well, yeah, he's telling them he's telling them, yeah, I'm going to continue killing and
in the same
So
time, he say, I'm done.
yeah, but
Done
it would be a
collecting.
while, as he said, it would be a while before they get this bad news that he's retiring.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's also interesting. I think in that cipher, he mentions the TV show. That's not me on the TV show, he says. And then from there, he directly gets, which brings us to the point, I'm not afraid of death. So that's not me on the TV show. So what's he really trying to say there? That's not me on the TV show, which brings us to the point, I'm not afraid of death because I have...
I'm
the
not afraid
slaves,
of
they don't
going to
have them. So it's really an interesting transition from one topic to the other,
So he's messing with
Yeah,
them.
it's really strange how you... What does he try to point out there, really? So he probably tries to say something about the guy who's calling the show. So does he mean him? These are types that fear death, so they do these silly things, calling TV shows, but I don't do this. I am not afraid of that. I have enough slaves, so I'm serious. They are not. I don't know what he tries to say there, but it's interesting that he went from there to there. Like what's really his argument there? That's always a bit obscure to me.
He's in the Belli letter. I think it seems clear to me that he's mocking the idea that he was this
Definitely.
lunatic on the television show.
Yeah,
he mimics his language, and of course, this is 6 weeks after he had put in the cipher. I am not the guy who was on the TV show. You have to decrypt this in order to figure that out. Just like my meaningless death toll that I'm now going to put in every letter until you guys figure it out, and they didn't. He would keep doing that.
And the message in the Belli letter was probably something like, look, this is not the shit show that you try to present it like. Here is a piece of shirt. I need your help, blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, he's also threatening the 8th person, the 9th person, the 10th person that could be killed. So I think that's really, if you read it as some sort of a very good hidden, I think it's apparent as a threat even. And in my opinion, it's very apparent. He's directly, threatening the man. Stop this shit. I always feel that this letter is something like that. Using the language they use for him as if he's embracing it, and then basically making threats of 3 more killings. I could kill more. Piece of shirt of Stein. So what do you say to Belli there? You say something like, stop this shit, or you'll be the next guy whose shirt I will send around, or something like that. I always read it a bit like that. It's a protest, in my opinion. A protest against his story being dragged into this shitty entertainment world. And I don't do this to entertain you guys, or I don't do this so that you guys can profit from it in a program. That's not the purpose or functions of this. So I think he kind of wants to set an end to that kind of behavior. And then I think he stops writing for the next 3 or 4 months anyway.
They stop publishing anyway.
You don't get another letter until April or something, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Maybe even until the Jones letter?
No, you were at first time April 20th.
So I think that's a really serious statement, despite all these joking. It's jokingly written, but I think it's very serious.
I think the correct spelling of words that he had previously spelled incorrectly. It's him letting his audience know that he's not the fool that they witnessed.
Yeah.
He's capitalizing and reappropriating the massive attention that he got after that show.
Yeah.
That was the high point, I think. How much?
And I think when you watch that program, also they're really making a typical. They turn it into a farce, I think, somehow. All these classic tropes that appear in that show, and I think he hated that, truly hated that, and he sends the letter directly to the house. It's not like I mean, imagine, you make a show about the Zodiac and say like, I can help you and do all these. To do this, you play for the masses, and then you suddenly get this letter who says, "Oh yeah, I'm sick, very sick. Please help me. By the way, I might kill more people, and here's a piece of shirt and directly to my house." I would really feel intimidated when I think I would understand. Okay, this guy tells me to stop this bullshit. That's how I would perceive it, Yanni.
Going back to what you were saying about how serious is the I'm not afraid to go to the gas chamber, I'm not afraid to die. It's very difficult to quantify how badass Zodiac is, how far he's willing to take it, because when he insinuates the Ratatich thing, he goes on a rant that it's more honorable or more even ground to kill a former officer because they're armed, they have a firearm. But it's as far as we know, Ratatich aside, Zodiac never at any point shoots any armed law enforcement officer. He could have waited at Lake Herman Road till the officer arrived, minutes later and popped him. If he's that badass, why didn't he just wait a couple minutes at Presidio Heights when he was literally walking away in the background and Palisetti was about to follow him? He could have just clipped the first officer that went to follow him down Jackson. Zelms and Falk pull up, but they're not even looking for a Caucasian male. He could have drawn on him and drew on him and popped on him if they were holstered and just talking to him, or even just briefly stopped or didn't stop or did talk to him. They weren't really expecting anything other than maybe this guy's walking down the next street over. He might be a witness. He could have drew and popped Falcon Zelms right there. And then it's way more of a hysterical thing than just a dead capsy, the dead cabbie up on Cherry. You know what I mean? So he had opportunities to take it much, much further and didn't, which kind of makes it look like to me at no point did he want any situation where there was a trained person like a law enforcement official that is, shoots regularly enough to be a day officer, a peace officer, where it's hey, if I get in a shootout back and forth with someone that is as good or a better shot than me, kind of lowers my chance of getting out of the situation. And I would equate it all back to when he later talks about the explosion or when he draws his bus bomb diagram. He talks about that police station or whatever getting bombed, and he says it wouldn't do right for me to move on someone else's territory. So now he's compartmentalizing all the crimes. But bro, you've never shot a cop. You probably could have bombed a police station if you wanted to, but now you're saying that's someone else's territory. It makes it seem to me like maybe he's not planning to go to the gas chamber, but if he did get in a shootout with cops, it's not really a risk that he was willing to take, at least at any point that we saw. He could have just waited a couple more extra minutes at Stein's cab. And if he really wanted to go out in a blaze of glory, you know what I mean? He ran away. So I don't know. I think it's kind of him fronting, if I had to guess, I don't think he's quite as, again, you're shooting unarmed teenagers in the darkness at Lover's Lane. You're not, if you were pulling up to the police station and just blowing away cops in the parking lot, I'd be like, okay, Zodiac's absolutely insane. He's taking the most risk possible, but he never really crosses that line, at least in not just being blamed.
Yeah,
you know?
I think it's interesting that he, at several points, he points out that he has certain limits. As if he would try to say that he's acting according to a certain code, ethical code. And if you think I would really kill school children, then you deserve a thing in your bullet in your brain.
Yeah.
If you think I would bomb a police station, no, that's something that very other unethical people would do, but not me. But on the other hand, all the other things he does, totally justified, kills the. So it's really interesting, and I think somehow he feels the need to say that he has principles. He's killing, etc., but not this. So I'm not totally undiscriminate when I do
some
this.
code of the streets, but you're still killing.
So
Go ahead, Druzer.
You're omitting two big details.
And it seems it's important for him because it's not only in one letter. I think in 3 cases, sorry, Druzer, I think in 3 cases he says, no, that's not me. It's not like only saying I didn't do it, but also saying that's not who I am, and that's a very personal thing to say. But on the other hand, I mean, he has this strange ethics where he says, yeah, I abducted a woman with a child that burned their car. And so it's really very strange where what he embraces as his actions and where he puts the limits. It's very interesting personality.
I got to correct two things with your representation there. He said, if you think that I would take on a bus in that manner, you should have
in that manner. Okay.
And then on the very next page, he gives you a diagram for how he's going to murder children with
okay. So not like this, but like that.
Yeah, it's more like a quick. It's sort of a quick switch.
Yeah,
he's manipulating his audience and he's engaging them.
Yeah, I don't understand it because it's I would plant the bomb on the bus route and blow up the bus, and then I would snipe the children as they come running out. But also I wouldn't do it in that manner. It's so it's very.
Well, they're separate. He's saying he wouldn't be as foolish, I guess, to try to snipe kids off the bus. Although it seems like he may have tried to do that in Santa Rosa, and but here is his more calculating method of how he's going to kill children.
Absolutely. Hey, I would put this one up if you can, Jerome. Dehan at 414, because this is kind of like it just goes in line with directly what I'm talking about. So the man that the Rayfield scene, like David, I'm not sure which one David is that the dad or the son? But anyway, the son had, I think, that 22 rifle or whatever, and this guy pretty much like turns his back and walks the complete opposite way just because he sees a kid with a 22 rifle, whatever. So you expect me to believe that you're going to shoot a uniformed peace officer in their cruiser because it's more honorable or level playing field for both of you to be armed, but you ran away from a kid hunting rabbits? It doesn't seem to track. Not to say that.
I think he would have fired at Falcon's Elms.
Yeah,
but,
right.
But I don't. Because I don't think he wanted to be taken down. But
for sure.
I don't think
if they pressed him, hey, if they talked long enough that they could have gotten the radio, hey, it's not, it's a Caucasian man. Hey, hold on right there. Then the conversation gets deeper. And then if you realize, hey, I'm not going to be able to talk my way out of this, I agree. But all I was saying is if he wanted to escalate it to the top level, as soon as they pull by you and they're like, you know what I mean? He could have just probably had time to draw and probably popped them both before either of them could have reacted,
I think they would have got him that night if that's what he had done.
Maybe one of them would have, you know what I mean? But like the same thing with like Raditich, like he got shot by some random guy with a 38, you know. So it doesn't seem like it was Zodiac, you know. It was what I'm getting.
How vague he was with these other claims, I think, is important to bear in mind.
Exactly.
If he says Raditich and it's solved the next day, you know.
Yeah. But yet I'm not afraid to die. But it's like, but you haven't taken the risk to shoot, you know, like, I mean, obviously you're already public enemy number one in the Bay Area. But had you killed a cop, you know, I think maybe that would have changed a lot of things, you know, because the departments would have worked together much more. I mean, dude, you probably would have had off-duty cops looking for you. Let's put it that way, you know, like they just would have been like, hey, if I see a guy that matches this description, I'm pressing him, you know, like.
True. Yeah. True. And something I consider really interesting about the TV show, it's that we know that he saw this TV show in live because there is no replay in '69.
Yeah.
So you have to see the show in live. But I'm wondering where it was diffused, where the show was diffused. Only in San Francisco, or it's something that I really would like to know, because if it's only in San Francisco that the Jim Dunbar show was diffused, that means that the Zodiac was living in San Francisco.
I think it was broadcast fairly wide, but I don't think we can conclude that he necessarily saw it live. They described it pretty well in the newspapers immediately. And
but probably a regional TV show, not national, I think.
Yeah, we must be able to find that out.
It may have appeared in shorter form on national media, but probably, I think it was probably watched in the whole of California.
I don't know.
I don't know that one, unfortunately.
That's a richer question.
It seems like the Jim Dunbar show would be national, just because of, like, you know, he's got Belli on there. Belli is a big name, but again,
it was '69.
I don't know anything about '69 television broadcasts, unfortunately.
Me neither.
But that's a good question, man. I would love that. That should be able to something we could find out, you know, or at least maybe there's a wiki on the Dunbar show. Just totally switching gears. You know, one thing that comes up because of this latest Netflix is like, you know, basically Arthur Lee Allen's voice and all that stuff. And, you know, like one thing that kind of gets misconstrued, because I think the way they showed it in the movie, Druzer, was Robert Graysmith walking up to Arthur Lee Allen at the hardware store and like buying something for him so they can interact. So the way that actually played out in reality was Brian Hartnell. The cops sent him in to meet Arthur Lee Allen. So like he interacted with him face to face. He heard his voice. You would think that would have been enough for him to say like that was the same guy at Berryessa on the 27th. But Brian was pretty low on it. Yeah, he said it wasn't.
I just checked Jim Dunbar show, and it says that the KGO was a local, it's San Francisco Bay Area radio or TV station, but that it was owned by ABC. So probably it operated on the local level, but if something very important happened, it probably was also broadcast on ABC News, I think. So maybe it mentions the show in I look at Wikipedia, but it doesn't say if ABC also broadcasted this on a national level. Maybe it was part of the news because they probably could directly have the footage from KGO, which would be their property, and so they would have the advantage or the edge to be the only national network to publish this, but I don't see any information about that here. Funny enough, in 1973, a gunman entered the studio where Dunbar was.
Just reading that. That's crazy. I never heard of that.
shot at him in 1973, but there was bulletproof glass. So,
Wow.
but the guy went on to kill another employee on
And
the
then himself.
station.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
That's
crazy. It's
I never knew
crazy.
that. I never knew that.
Yeah, in 1973 it says, but
Something.
Dunbar during AM San Francisco's live broadcast. So what exactly does it mean? It's AM radio as well as TV at the same time, possibly?
Probably it's probably the TV show is also broadcast over radio only as voice.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so I think that's how it works.
Because if
Played by Tom
we
Verga.
have the exact answer, we could maybe locate it where Zodiac was. But Drew doesn't think that he see the show in live. So
Well, I don't think we can conclude that. It's obviously possible, but once it happened, it became big news, and they were describing everything.
yeah.
They keep asking us for a suspect tier list. I've seen that come up quite a bit, Jerome. I'm not the big suspect guy. Maybe that's a task for Ned. He's done some good debugging over on BBOR.
Yeah. I recommend you to go to BBOR because Ned is good to that. So
Yeah, so the kid was apparently 16. It was David was the son, which is what Dehan said. So, I mean, if Bro turned away and ran away from a 16-year-old kid because he saw him with an armed rifle, I don't have very high hopes for this guy's, balls of steel.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of his victims were, contained within a vehicle, more or less. It was not exactly hunting.
it seems that the car, in general, means really something to him because he killed.
It means they can't escape.
Yeah. Keeps them compartmentalized. Well, KQ is the car importer, so we know cars mean something to that guy. It's about as much as I can do with that.
Yeah. By the way, guys, it's now 3:30 a.m. in Turkey.
I always forget that.
So yeah, it's very fluent. Everything is going very nice. But I just remembered that I have to get up at 8:30 tomorrow. So
Wow, better man than I.
I think I should call it a day, and I will leave. But I think people like this long format. I expect you to be here for at least 2 more hours.
You got high hopes. You're thinking big.
Yeah. I think it will be like that because it's a kind of conversation that never ends as long as you don't drop down or fall asleep or unless something in real life.
But for the 2 first episodes we have made about the Zodiac, we have more than 5,000 views. So that means that people like this format.
Yeah, people keep watching. What are they watching? What are you looking at? Okay. Anyway, so I'm so glad that you have me on the show. It's really great feeling to be on screen with as great people like Druzer and Ross, the real professionals here in this area, and you, of course, Jeremy, with so many shows. So see you the next time. I hope. What happened?
It's a dramatic ending.
My computer just collapsed. My phone just collapsed. So next time I will try to be here definitely, and just keep chatting together with the masters. So have a really great evening. You have a great night, Mr. B, because I think in Belgium it's also like 1:00 now.
1:30.
Something like that. 1:30. Okay. So Druzer, Ross, have a great evening. And I see everyone. Thanks to all those who watched and listened. I hope it wasn't too boring.
No, thank you for your insights.
Great show, brother.
Okay. Take care. Have a great show. see you tomorrow. I will check tomorrow how many hours it lasted.
Okay.
Have a good night, sir.
Bye bye.
Take
See
care, my
you.
friend.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
See you.
We probably should wrap soon. Is there are there some burning questions that we should go through?
Nothing crazy. I'm
No.
down. I never got to show that thing I found on Richard's site, although now I'm not sure if I've lost it.
What was it regarding?
It was that thing that he found about that one guy's theory. I think it was a Substack. You probably are familiar with this, Druzer, that the dragon card was relating to those two gold prospectors that found like a girl's body in I think it was a mine shaft.
Ah, yeah.
It might have
I
been
read that.
62.
Yeah.
It was like I just thought it was an interesting theory. Neither here nor there. If I don't have it up this time, maybe we'll save it for next time.
I have a little anecdote.
Yeah.
I don't really think it relates to Zodiac. It could be something that he was aware of when he made his plan to do a routine appearing cab robbery. On September 30th, there were 2 cab robberies in San Francisco. And the first one, the fare was picked up at the airport. And I don't remember where he went, but when they got to the destination, the robber robbed him and put him in the trunk. Later that day, another cab driver was robbed and put in the trunk, and so it seems like a pretty logical deduction that this was the same perpetrator in both crimes.
Yeah.
One was described as 5'8", and the other was described as 6'2". And that's how it relates to the Zodiac case, is we have so few witness descriptions, and we want to take them all to the letter. But here's 2 cab drivers with, what is that, a 6-inch or 4-inch difference in
Difference.
Yeah.
It's good.
in the Zodiac, in the Paul Stein murder, we know that Zodiac had moved Paul Stein, so maybe he tried to do the same thing, but put him in the rear, but didn't have time or changed his mind at the last second to do something else. Maybe it was his plan to put him behind and go away with the taxi, and I don't know, maybe.
I think there were several things that didn't go according to plan in Presidio Heights. It's all speculation, but I think the first is that I think he wanted to ride in the front seat, and but because of all the cab robberies, I think Paul Stein wouldn't let him.
Yeah.
And so he rode in the back seat until perhaps Maple Street, which was the stated destination. And at that point, he took out his gun and made Paul Stein open the door for him. I also don't think that he had anticipated such a swift response time from the police.
No.
And maybe if Stein fought back or whatever from the bruises on the chest and the chest cavity, or maybe things went wrong and it just went sloppier than what Zodiac had imagined.
It's a risk. Yeah.
To put him in the trunk after the headshot, though, would have left quite a mess. So maybe.
No, I think the plan was to leave him upright in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
And for a short while, it seems like he was successful at that.
Yeah.
Do you have heard this theory about Melvin Belli? We know that Melvin Belli had a property on Presidio Heights.
Yeah.
And there is this theory that the Zodiac had made a secret meeting with Belli the night of the murder, and to prove that Zodiac was to prove to Belli that he was really the Zodiac, he killed Holstein and took his wallet, his car key, and a piece of his shirt before going to his meeting, this secret meeting in his residence. And I think there is some people who claim that the last time we have seen Zodiac it was just in front of the house of Melvin Belli.
Well, the problem is getting Belli into the story before the Dunbar show.
Yeah, but you see, I think about that, but I don't embrace this theory. But when I see a theory, I try to stay open-minded, like for everything. And so I was wondering, yeah, okay, so he will take everything. He has this secret meeting with Belli because maybe he's not maybe afraid to be caught, but maybe he needs to have some, let's say, legal protection. So he will ask after in the Dunbar show, but it was not him, but at the beginning it was him, and after in his letter, go directly to Belli to ask him to provide him a legal assistance and prove him in the same time that he was really the guy he is pretend to be, the Zodiac. So I was wondering if it was possible that he killed Holstein, took his wallet, his key, and take a piece of his shirt, go to Melvin Belli. So if he go to Melvin Belli, he's allowed to heard everything, like he described in his letter. He say, I can hear the police car go and coming, and like if he was on the place. So if it's on Belli mention, let's say, it's something he can see or heard because it's just happened. And in the same times, like, yes, this client client and lawyer privilege.
Attorney-client privilege. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that whole thing is like, it just doesn't track for me because, like,
oh no, I don't embrace this theory, but
it's the death penalty. I mean, there's no legal defense against serial murder.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You could go to the best attorney or the worst attorney, literally in the world, a guy who has never won a case. If you tell him, I'm the Zodiac and I killed 5 people in cold blood, like what people don't understand, like attorney-client privilege, like we've been over this before, it doesn't include illegal activities. So if you're some domestic terrorist or serial killer, hey, can you please negotiate my surrender with the police? Like as soon as you tell a barred attorney that it's their obligation to contact the FBI, SFPD, and you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, but I, the whole tar box thing, but I paid him $50, so he's not supposed to tell Toshki that I'm the Zodiac. Like, come on.
Yeah, it sounds like a combination of the tar box story and the Spinelli.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So it looks like this is. Oh, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
No, it's weird. I had no idea that Belli had a residence in Presidio Heights.
Yeah. There's been a little bit about that. I'm gonna try to share this real quick, Jerome, just because I didn't get to show it last time.
Yeah.
See if I can figure it out. And again,
take your time. Take your time.
I got it up, but I think you have to highlight it from your end, or bring it to the full screen.
I think you go under present, and then it says share screen, and I think that's on your end, maybe, Ross.
I think. Oh wait, what's it saying? Sharing. So it's telling me I'm sharing, but I think he might need to. So it's that other. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so this is anyway just something random I found on Rich's site. Luigi Warren Substack looks like he posted it last January. It's just interesting. Thought crimes. Looks like he did some Donna Lass stuff, but his analysis of the Dragon card, how it may be connected to the 1962 murder of Donna Frisley, who was found in a shallow grave by 2 gold prospectors near a gold mine. Thought it was interesting. Don't know if it has any absolute significance. I mean, obviously there's your theory, Jerome, but yeah, the 2 guys, Pancho and Don Quixote, and just apparently this 1962 crime with some girl found, I guess, near a gold mine. Thought it was interesting, if that is indeed an inspiration for the Dragon card, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
But check out that guy's blog, I guess, Substack.
Check up zodiaccipher.com. It's the best website about the Zodiac, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my opinion.
A random thing I found, although didn't necessarily find it, more just found it on Richard's site. So, but a wealth of knowledge over there at Zodiac Ciphers. I don't know. I kind of joined the party late, so I don't really have much, boys. I was kind of tuning in and out in the earlier stuff, so I might have missed some things.
Yeah, but it's always nice to have you, Ross. Always.
I would say get Dehan up here next time, Jerome.
I see your episode about the Toxic Avenger.
yeah, we just did the Toxic Avenger review. 84 classic.
Excellent.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
But what will be your next movie discussion?
We're doing Red Dawn, also from 84 on Saturday. Patrick Swayze, Charlie Sheen, kind of futuristic grindhouse war epic. But definitely. I know Dehan's out in New Zealand, so his schedule might be kind of opposite because we have the whole world on this panel. But if his schedule permits, definitely try to get Dehan up here, dude. That guy is a beast. He's a wealth of knowledge. Yeah, and for anyone who's sort of new to the case and is intimidated by the FBI files, not only because they're so difficult to read because they're in such rough shape, but also the language and the procedure that they're used. Everyone should go to Dehan Walker, the YouTube channel. He's gone to great pains to clarify so much stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, which he was doing it 10 years ago. He's got a new series. Analyzing the FBI files. Definitely check out. Terrific stuff. I don't know if it's really caught on in the community yet, but this is he's tackling stuff that has driven us all nuts for years. Yeah, but it definitely will once people catch on to it. And then I guess a new podcast coming in 2025 with Dehan, Holly Toshke, and Craig. That should be sick as well.
Nice.
Right on. Nice. I haven't yet peeped the new speaking episode with Grinnell, Morph, and Ned, but I want to check that out too. Yeah, well, they were all very affected by the Netflix documentary. They're all Alan supporters at this point. Converted. Richard in particular was blown away with the research. I'd be surprised if Richard even watched it. And Morph, whenever something new gets announced, Morph's just like, no, thank you. Yeah, I don't think. I think Morph watched it because it's in the press, and so he sort of had to respond to it. They made him for the podcast, but I definitely want to get their takes on that, just because you guys have my take on it. So poor Ned, imagine what he is, how much he's received since that thing came out. Yeah, I mean, the only good thing I could say about it is my Gaviota Beach episode's getting more views now, which is kind of criminally slept on. The comments are mixed because there's a lot of well, it's Alan because they said that the Steepwater said he drove him to Tahigas Beach, and I got to go on there and respond to it. No, it's fair enough. I mean, you expect a certain amount of errors and omissions to go into these programs. But this case will eat up any producer who hasn't invested
10 years of their life into it.
Absolutely. And they're just way too quick they do too much with the suspects. And then now they're in that one, they did a little too much with the non-canonicals, but I get it. It's television. I understand how production works, but it's just
speaking of their actual podcast though, it was interesting how they illuminated the process that was almost surely how it came about.
Yeah,
is they have these seawaters who I think most of us think were honest. They have these experiences with Alan as a kid, going to a beach, going to a racetrack.
Yeah, sure.
And then, decades later, they start researching the Zodiac case and saying, oh, maybe it was Gaviota Beach, maybe it was Riverside, and their research was not quite up to par. And so they actually identified the incorrect location at Gaviota.
Yeah.
And they,
And
right. Yeah. They didn't say anything about Canada Del Molino or, you know what I mean, the actual peninsula where it took place.
No, and obviously the production didn't have any research to prove that Steve McQueen was in fact at that race.
I thought there was some picture of Alan meeting him or video footage. Maybe that was my imagination, though. I could be filling in the gaps. Or is that just something Alan said?
They put a picture of Steve McQueen up there.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't do it. I'm sure there's millions of pictures of Steve McQueen at races,
Yeah,
but
we need a higher threshold, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I agree. We've been all in before. I mean, I don't know. I just found it irresponsible personally. I wish they would I know especially the Morphs and the Grinnells of the world are probably not super pumped for any just canonical retelling, but I think it would just, especially the letters, because there's from a mainstream documentary perspective that's, you could kind of say, hey, here's the 4 canonicals, and then just go through a whole thing of these are all the letters. I mean, maybe just follow it up to Exorcist or something, you know what I mean? I guess you could make the argument that Myth of the Zodiac kind of did that, although they went in the AI direction, which I don't, necessarily agree with, but they tried something new. I'll give them that,
Both productions were terrible in terms of, documentation.
Mathematical.
And both productions surely knew that they had nothing midway through production and pushed forward nonetheless.
I mean, I'll give Myth this. They had Crabtree and they had what's her Jensen, the girl from the summit. They brought forward some new. I'm not saying informationally it moved us in any direction, but they brought forward a couple new interviews. That was semi-impressive. I definitely agree with you on the Netflix perspective, but I don't know. I mean, it's. Correct me if I'm wrong, Druzer, but didn't the trailers or the teasers it said smashing, breaking new information? I swear I saw something that's new evidence, right? That's you can't say new evidence. That's a strongly worded statement. That's come on.
Yeah. Well, releasing it before they got any results, which they knew they were never going to receive, basically sums it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, we're going to do the test. We're going to do the test on camera, but as for when the results come in, don't worry about it. It's not going to be anything that's ever going to be covered in this series,
But I would like to ask you something. If we had, or you had, the opportunity by, let's say, Netflix to make a docuseries about the Zodiac, and let's say putting all our resources in common, how many episodes do you think it will take to doing something really serious and not boring for the public?
I don't think you can teach people through this medium. I think all you can do is inspire people to do actual research.
Yeah, you can't summarization.
You can't read the reports for people. You can't outline all of the variables that are discussed, all the inconsistencies. I think all you can do is tell an entertaining yet factual story and encourage people to actually invest in it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say like you could cover like Lake Herman Road and Blue Rock Springs, like kind of group those two together. So I would say like maybe 2 episodes, like you do one on Lake Herman, Blue Rock, and then you do one on Lake Berryessa, Presidio Heights. It's just me spitballing. Like, of course, from my perspective, to use like my show's blueprint, like I would just break down the crime scenes. And then, like I said, just a much more deeper dive into the correspondence, because that maybe try to see if you can get some more Chronicle interviews. I mean, I don't know how many people are left that are still alive and who's passed on, and that's kind of the major problem with late 60s cases like this. Is as far as primary interviews, every year you're gonna be getting less of them. So I mean, I know some of the law enforcement guys are still around, but this is probably going to surprise people, but I'm pretty sick. Well, this part isn't going to surprise people. I'm pretty sick of hearing about Arthur Lee Allen. I think at this point, if they're going to do suspects, which it seems that's the only route the TV shows are taking at the current juncture, is I think it's time for Drew to get like a documentary like on Don Cheney. I know you're not very high on him, Druzer, but I think that would be at least more interesting than Arthur Lee Allen.
Oh yeah,
if you could just bring in the two of them together story. And I would say Rodelli's work on KQ. I mean, even if people aren't a big Shell Cavalli person, he still has some really good research in there. So it'd be worth deep diving. Just his like kind of in the shadow of Mount Diablo theory, really good Presidio Heights information, and just some of the background research he did. Just put it to the test, because if every time we turn on the TV it's Arthur Lee Allen and the Earl Van Best Jr. was that the guy? It's like it's just gonna lose. I'm trying to learn, like Druzer said, I haven't read the police reports. I'm trying to learn the case. But every time I turn on Hulu or Netflix, they're telling me it's Gary Francis Post, Earl Van Best Jr., Arthur Lee Allen. How's anyone supposed to learn the case that way? You
Jack
know like,
yeah.
Well, yes, I agree. The thing that I've gotten over all these years studying one suspect after another is not who's the most likely suspect to be guilty, but rather what do we learn about the actual case through the investigations that have been done into these people.
Yep.
Like with Allen, I think it really shows how little we do have. I think that the police are pretty darn sure that the Zodiac is right-handed, but they're not so sure that they're going to write off someone like Allen, and that's noteworthy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
We've learned a million things from Rodelli's investigation of Cavalli. It's great work there.
It could be
and
really
that's
more interesting than the seawater. Yeah.
That would be cool, because it's just saying, hey, this is the thesis of Rodelli's book. Here's some about his suspect. Here's his research to each one of the canonicals, and maybe not double down on it so hard like Netflix did on Allen. Like, oh my God, he's not just at the 4 canonicals, he's also at Riverside and Gaviota. Who would have thought? Just say, this is what Rodelli's opinion was. This is what it's instead of saying KQ is the Zodiac. Just give some of his all the dates that line up. Give his circumstantial evidence. I think that's a better, even like the Hulu thing. Like, they go wicked hard through the first half, and then halfway through, his co-author's like, wait a minute, this guy lied to me. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Yeah. You just said it was this suspect, and then halfway through the documentary is about how it's not that suspect. There's no evidence. I'm like, I'm confused. Like,
the problem with Cheney is that he's definitely an outlier suspect because he lived, more than 6 hours away.
Yeah.
But the hard part in discussing him is that we don't have any activity dates from him at all.
Yeah.
Sure. We can't counter it.
Yep.
Like if we had, some statements from his wife saying that he went on a trip on the 4th of July, he was away for Christmas, yada, 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 then there might be something to look at. But so many of these suspects, 50 years later, we're just not going to find that on the internet.
No.
Belli, we have quite a bit because he was, a famous guy. But
that's
sure.
why I was talking about have a real investigator on place to go to investigate the people who are still alive.
What do you mean, just like a PI?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say like where is the next like mainstream documentary going to go, because like I was saying, based off the pattern, it seems like they're just going to jump to the next suspect. Like we've heard this Gary Francis Post thing for a while, Druzer. Nothing really manifested. We know Colbert has the TV connections because they did the DB Cooper thing, which is pretty below average suspect, I would say. So.
And he was a TV guy.
It's kind of weird. Like, what are they waiting on? Because that Gary Francis Post announcement, that was years ago, right? So, like, you think they would have wanted to capitalize on the whole media frenzy. Fox News flat out said it was Gary Francis Post. Like
you need a personal angle if you're going to get broadcast funding.
Yeah.
If you don't have a story to tell, true or not, obviously it needs to be defendable, but true or not, you have to be personally involved. Like if I was going to do a documentary, it would have to, and because obviously I'm not going to choose an innocent person to railroad into it, it would have to be about my personal experience with the Zodiac case. And I think the market has plenty of Zodiac material.
Yeah, for sure. I hear that, but I'm just saying, like, based on the trend, it just seems like they're going to jump to the next suspect, and the only one who really hasn't been fully exploited is Post. But like Jerome was saying earlier, if we've seen everything that they have on him, which I haven't read the book. I guess Ned interviewed that guy and said the actual original author was seemingly a semi-stand-up decent guy, kind of before the case breakers kind of hijacked his case and kind of publicized it. So it seems like that, but then that's all I'm saying. Like, outside of the Zodiac community, I'm just talking the average Netflix true crime viewer, right? If you've now been pulled into the direction of Earl Van Best Jr., Arthur Lee Allen, and then Gary Francis Post, every time you turn one on, it's going to tell you the Zodiac's a different person. Of course, the movie says it's Allen, which I guess is semi-common. I mean, I'm sure Jack the Ripper is somewhat similar. I really haven't seen
I don't give Colbert a pass.
Yeah, no.
The best you can say is that he's deluded and stupid. But
well,
other than that, I don't know. I have
I would
use for that kind of work. That's exploitation.
My answer to that would be exactly what I just said about Best and Hulu, which is in the DB Cooper Colbert documentary, halfway through his own crew started quitting because they were like, we don't think it's Rackstraw. Like they have the interviews with Colbert, like, it's definitely Rackstraw, and then his own guys are like, we quit because we thought he had it wrong. So I'm like, that's also not the right way to go too, because if every Zodiac documentary just starts out with a suspect and then halfway through they're going to tell you, oh yeah, by the way, he didn't match any forensics, fingerprints, blah blah blah, it's going to lose your attention pretty fast. Like, is this a debunking documentary? Like,
the production is waiting on the results.
and how many times are we going to let them get away with that? What are they going to do, a DNA test at the end of every documentary? Tune in next time. By the way, these results are never coming through. So that's a problem too. Now I could see if, like the old television thing that Rodelli always deals with, where the girl was like testing the stamp with her hair down, and it was totally like non-sanitary environment. If they were coming to us with original evidence and, hey, we tested one of the flaps and we found something new, that's different. But when they tell you breaking new evidence in the trailer and then it's there's nothing in the documentary, I don't know.
And then Horn comes on screen.
No, when I see this documentary on DB Cooper on Netflix, I have talked with Drew Beeson, and I have wrote to Netflix saying that if they want to do something really interesting, they better to it would be better to read the book that Drew Beeson had wrote about DB Cooper, and don't Tom Colbert about this case, but I never had a response. And
yeah, I mean, on the flip side, that what was it, DB Cooper? Where are you? Whatever. The production of that documentary was amazing. Like the way it looked.
The production is
special effects, editing were all top notch. It looked beautiful. It looked really good, but. Again, it was one of those situations where he went Rackstraw super hard, and then by the end episodes, like his own crew was quitting because they were like, yeah, we quit Case Breakers because we didn't think it was Rackstraw. It's like, how many times can we do that? Like Druzer said, it becomes more the personal journey of the people in the investigation than it does the case itself or any kind of, evidence found,
I think Tom's story would make a great series about someone who, who's so personally involved in the investigation for so long.
That's a great question. I mean, why does he get brought in episode 3 of This Is the Zodiac Speaking as eventually a side character? It's okay, Graysmith was there, kind of, but then they bring in Tom at the end, and by the way, this guy has been doing it for 98, so what's that, like 30 plus years? So. I felt they could have spent a little bit more time on Voight and really what he's about. I really think they should have just had him bring up Geik just to have a counterpoint to Alan. You know what I mean? Because
they could have counterpointed it against Alan in any number of ways.
Anyway, even generally,
zero interest.
Yeah, and then I think that would have gave new people like a chance. Like, okay, like I said, I know really smart people that don't necessarily follow Zodiac, but follow other missing persons cases and things of that nature. And like, were hitting me up like, hey, this moved the needle for me on Alan. And then I got to go into my whole, debunking,
But the fact is we can't rule out Alan just as we can't rule out anyone. We have all these things that we can point to that seem like an inconsistency, but none of them can in itself rule them out. Like you can't say that because Alan's print wasn't on the Exorcist letter that he wasn't Zodiac. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
But that's the palm print, right? Or
the writer's palm print.
Yeah.
Which is slightly more significant. We know that whoever was making those impressions on the page did so with their right palm, and that palm was not Alan's.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean that can be conclusive enough for a lot of us, but you have to be careful with your language because that's what this case is really about: is the fine points that we put on these so-called facts.
Yeah. I don't know. I just it's my whole thing for me is. Not to say that I know, because clearly I don't. And despite what Altug said before he left, I'm far from an expert. I don't even have any sort of investigative true crime background. But how hard Alan was pressed and how closely he was looked at, I'd have to think something more would, unless for whatever reason they had a closer linkage that we just don't know about that isn't part of the released case files. Why that would be, I couldn't imagine though.
Just separate plausibility from possibility. It's possible Alan was the Zodiac. It's not probable.
And plus, like Ross say, it was really well made. So it's entertainment.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, Druzer brought that up a long time ago. I think it's entertainment first, and then true crime history second.
If the entertainment isn't in there, you don't have funding.
Yeah,
and it's do something on YouTube.
Yeah, it's still.
People would learn more from the 50th anniversary documentary that was put out. Even though it doesn't have the production value, it has some real facts and on location photography, some exclusive interviews.
Yeah, I agree.
What was that called? Citizen.
Yeah, Citizen. It had the same name, maybe. This is the Zodiac Speaking. Is that? And again, like Ned brought up, like this is the Zodiac Speaking. Like, hasn't that title been used? Like, they're literally at the point now where it's like you're not even going to think of an original title to grab
nothing original.
Trying to pull them in. I don't know. That's nitpicking, I guess, but it's unoriginal.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't tie to the main story of the film. The only real evidentiary value that it had, which is the statements of the Seawaters.
Yeah, the personal family
It could
story.
have been called the same thing that they called their YouTube. We called him Mr. Allen.
Yeah, the same chapter. Yeah. And again, that's much more of a Seawater Allen story than like this is the Zodiac speaking. Kind of insinuates you're going to talk about the Zodiac's personality, not only what we know, which is what he wrote.
Yeah, but if Zodiac isn't in the title, it's not the #1 streaming program.
Yeah, great point. And at the end of the day, it is sales and it's filmmaking. Wing Walker shoes from the PX. I don't know. I don't know if we know the Wing Walkers are from the PX.
They could have been purchased in a lot of places.
Yeah, second hand, or there was also federal
Surplus Army,
prisoner workers.
Yeah.
I totally fell off the chat. Was there anything good in here? They're talking about the Luger. Where am I? Yeah, I tend to agree with John Bones about Zodiac giving all that detail about the hearing all the dogs in the cars about the manhunt. I know Rodelli is like super into that because he thinks it's like describing events that are correctly. But same thing I was saying before. I think Zodiac ran away like a little bitch after he shot Paul Stein. I don't think he hid in the bushes and listened to every single car that drove by. That wouldn't even make sense.
I want to say that he ran into the park because a 40-year-old man was witness running into the park.
Yeah, for sure.
It wasn't influenced by Zodiac's infamy because that wasn't known at the time.
Yeah, it was reported before. Yeah, 100%. I agree.
But if he did, I mean, what sort of escape plan are we imagining?
Yeah,
I know, because the park is massive. So then he's walking like another 20, 30 minutes, at least to a location where his car is.
And we know it was premeditated. So he's either running to a car or he's running into a house, which sounds silly to me.
Yeah, I know.
He had some plan, and I can't imagine that it was hiding in the park.
I'll tell you guys this much: like when I was up there, when you go to Jackson and you hop into the park, and again, so where I jumped, somebody had put like a little like stool there so you can step down, but that's like a 3 or 4 foot drop at least. So if you were sprinting in the dark trying to get away from cops and you just leaped, like it would have been very probable that if you just landed in the dark, you could have rolled your ankle, or you know what I mean? Like I don't know how much it changed since '69.
I mean, Zodiac must have, whether he knew the area or had just briefly scouted it. Obviously, he had some route planned.
Yeah.
Now, technically, he could have just continued on Cherry and could have hopped a wall that anyone could hop. The cleanest entrance would be Spruce, which was 1 block over from Maple, which was presumably his initial destination.
Yeah. But, I've always kind of same type of thing. So like when I made that little jump, there was kind of like a stepping stool there because that's like the spot where everybody hops. But like, if you just, I was there at daylight, full disclosure. So if you just like went full sprint and then just took that 5 foot drop in the dark, like you could definitely mess up your landing, or you know what I mean? Yeah. Granted, he probably had some, way of navigating it, like Druzer was saying, but like, I'm always, again, you roll your ankle there and then you got a 30-minute walk back to your car. Now you got more than a shuffling lope. You're pretty much dragging your foot, Yeah. So it's like,
did Gunner ever make his big midnight run that he?
I don't know. I should ask him about that. I know he was trying to recreate it, like recreate the path, right? I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about that.
And when you were there, Ross, what crime scene site you were the most impressed to be in?
Just in terms of like visually?
In feelings, in energy, in
Yeah. So the only canonical I've been to is Presidio Heights. But it's like it's very impressive. I mean, those are massive mansions, beautiful, San Francisco Bay backdrop, very, very, very nice neighborhood. Million plus places. If you know anything about downtown, or at least that part of downtown San Francisco, Presidio Heights. So very, very beautiful location. I was there during the daytime. I think I stayed like right about dusk to kind of get a feel for it. But the Presidio Park is massive. If like just walking up past the playground there, just walking up to it, like it, I walked in and I walked all around kind of the adjacent part of the park to Jackson, just kind of like walked up and down. And then as I recall, there's kind of that slope there. Even I believe, what is that? Washington and Maple there. It's I was like saying this before, it's very over enclosed by the overgrowth. So that's definitely the most like shadowy kind of area. So, that kind of made sense from that perspective. Of him probably choosing that location, and then whether something happened there, which, what we all say, like a runner or a dog walker or whatever screwed up Zodiac, like Druzer was saying. As far as Rob Beansman said, was there a lot of people around? Was it relatively quiet at Presidio Heights? There was quite a few people around, just families and a lot of joggers. And I keep in mind, San Francisco probably has like hundreds of thousands more people living there now than it did in 69. But pretty, what day was I? I think, I might have been actually on there on the 10th or the 11th. But I forgot whether it was like a weekday or the weekend. But it was pretty busy foot traffic wise. Like I did a little bit of filming with my phone, and I mean, granted, Stein was later at night. Wait, right, Druzer? What time was it? 8 or 9?
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
So probably a lot less foot traffic at 10. But during the day, they also had all their Halloween stuff out. So there was all those kind of festivities. But I mean, as far as just like foot traffic, there was a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be able to say if it was much quieter back then, but I would assume at the very least, just because it was that late at night, there wouldn't be as many people as during the daytime. But again,
there's very few people that were noted in the reports. That's for sure.
Right.
So few that one guy walking a dog nearby is regarded as a suspect.
Became a actually two, right? Because was Anthony had his dog too, I think so. And then,
we don't know how the Xenophon Anthony identification was made, but
so we don't even know if he was even out there at all.
We don't.
Okay.
No.
So so at least one dog walker. I don't know why there were no witnesses. Would never use his gun at Lake B. If Brian rejected to tie Cecilia up, Zodiac would have just turned around and left. I don't quite agree with that, John. I think if Brian would have went for the gun, I think the gun would have went off either willingly or unwillingly if they struggled for it. You know what I mean? Just my guess.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
Zodiac's gonna fight him for the gun and then just turn around and leave. that doesn't sound like Zodiac.
A gun can be a persuasive weapon without firing.
That's true, and it generally was that instance. What do you guys think? You want to wrap or?
Yeah, I should.
Drew's been on for like 5 hours.
I have some small cats that need tending.
Oh, good, brother. You got your ramen kitten noodle shirt, so you're good to rock.
Yeah, they've been eating ramen all day, and so they're gonna need to change it up.
Got to feed the noodles. Good stuff.
Well, thank you for another wonderful show here, Jerome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Drew.
Yeah, I'm glad you stopped in, Ross.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, man. Have a good night. Talk to you next time.
Cheers, chat people.
Cheers. Take care, Drew. Take care. So, Russ.
Yeah.
What is coming next for you?
Not much. You definitely got to get Dehan on, like I was saying, D, depending on your schedule. Like I still need to get episodes 5 and 6 shot, so like I need to plan travel for that. So kind of quiet on my end. I just got personal stuff going on, to be honest with you. But I am thinking about maybe doing a December 20th show, depending if I can get the right people to talk Lake Herman Road timeline. Throw this up for me real quick, Jerome. John Bones at 514.
This one?
Nope. Further down. Further down. It starts with no. Keep going. That. Okay, so I don't think Brian would go for the gun. So you need to rewatch the movie scene of Lake Berryessa. Brian quite literally tells Cecilia, I think I can get the gun. So at the very least, he was thinking about it, but the deterrent was Cecilia. Brian wasn't willing to gamble on her life that if I struggle with the gun and I don't come away with it, or the robber shoots Cecilia. So it was kind of her that deterred him, but we know at the very least Brian was thinking about it. And just for the reference, if you don't know both of their size, Brian was way bigger than Zodiac. Brian's 6'7", Zodiac was maybe only 5'10" or 5'11". So in my opinion, take the gun away. I think Brian would have slapped Zodiac's hood off, but that's just my guess. College student, I
agree. I agree. No, it was not in the scenario. No. It's true. It's what Brian has said since the beginning.
Yeah. So it's kind of her that, and I understand Brian for feeling that way. I mean, when I told this story, Jerome, I told you what I would do in that situation, because if a guy has a gun on me and a girl, I'm going to assume that he's going to do the worst. I'm not going to assume he's taking my wallet, That's just me. I'm a Sicilian guy from Boston, so I don't expect everyone to react the same way that I react in a crime situation.
No. I would react like you, because
I don't give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Now,
no.
Would I
never.
be dead? Yeah, probably. Like I said before, would he probably shoot me? Yeah, he probably would have shot me, and hopefully I would have survived. But I think if the gun went off, like he was saying, like Zodiac leaving, I think if the gun went off, Zodiac probably would have left. Because now it's loud. There's people coming. The Rangers, people are going to report gunshot at whatever island. So, I mean.
Yeah, and all the eco you have in the valley. It's.
I'm talking about Brian just rejecting to
tie
Cecilia
Restless.
up.
I just wanted to Restless. No, the link I sent to you, it was for today. The link for next week, it will be another link. It's all the time a different link. So
I think he's asking, like, did you post it yet? Because usually you post them in advance, or you haven't.
I've posted. Okay. I've posted.
Yeah, so it's so Restless. It's the link. Like, it'll be in the live section, and then it just sits as like a placeholder until the show goes live. I'm sure you guys all know that. Drew does the same thing, and everyone. But yeah, not too much for me, Jerome. I'm kind of slow on Zodiac right now. I'm reading. I'll show you what I'm reading. I know Jerome likes random stuff and does a little bit of Cooper. So I'm reading. Oh, wow. I guess it's going to be totally blurry. Let me see if I go in front of it. Okay, you can't see it. It's Martin Andrade's book, Finding DB Cooper, because Cooper Con is going on this weekend. So shout out to the Cooper guys, Ryan Burns, Nikki B, Chris, both Chris's. There's a huge crew of the Vortex guys. But I'm trying to finish Andrade's book, maybe an interview with him for my Cooper Chronicle series. I'd like to do at least 1 or 2 Cooper episodes for November. Maybe I'll hit up Bruce Smith. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, just kind of slow for me at PXF and Zodiac Files, unfortunately. I'm not going, Dehan. I wish, man. I was trying to pull off a last-minute miracle to get to CooperCon. Drew's going. Drew Beeson, obviously. Check out drewbeesonbooks.com. So Druzer will be here, Restless, if he's able, of course. So yeah, I tried to make a CooperCon. I know you guys know I've been before. I couldn't get it together this year. There's just too much crap going on. But next year, definitely planning 100% lock for CooperCon. So I'd like to do 1 or 2 episodes for November. Maybe Marty, maybe Bruce Smith, maybe a power panel down the line with Nikki B and someone, Chris B. Said he was going to cooperate with Z because he thought it was just a robbery. So he said to Celia he had a chance to grab the gun, but he didn't really have the intention to go for it. He said, I think I can get the gun. And she told him, basically don't. It's I hear you, though. I mean, you know your stuff. I'm just going off. Hey, I wish Brian at least tried, because I would like to see the Zodiac struggle. And I would, let me put it this way. Zodiac was apparently messing up at canonical crime scenes where nobody fought back. People always ask me, like, we don't know if David Faraday fought back. Like, that was like 5 minutes of interaction. Zodiac, literally less than that, probably got out of his door, walked up to David's door, and shot him. So I don't think David was probably getting his wallet out like Mike Mageau was, because he thought it was a cop if Zodiac had the flashlight on him. So I really don't think there just wasn't time. It was just 1, 2, 3, 4. It was very point A to point B over there. Betty almost runs away, and Zodiac almost lets that happen. Complete failure. Then he comes back at Blue Rock Springs and can't even finish Mike Mageau when he's standing. Yeah, he really is on some Maniac Cop shit. He's standing right next to Mageau. Mageau jumps from the front seat to the back seat, and then he shoots him. And then what do you guys say, Jerome? He walks away, hears his breathing, and then comes back and shoots him again, but still can't kill him. So that's how you know Zodiac's an idiot. And then he stabs Brian a bunch of times and he doesn't die. So if that's how he was approaching, compliant victims, you can only imagine that if someone fought back against this guy, I would have pulled his hoodie right in his eyes and I would have punched him in his face, just like Bobby Dominguez punched the guy in the face at Gaviota Beach. Same situation. If that's Zodiac down at Gaviota, Jerome's heard me say before, he's a freaking epic failure, because he has an automatic rifle in his hands. He's probably trying to touch the girl or do something weird, is my guess, and then gets punched in his face multiple times by Bobby Dominguez, who has no gun, no knife, no weapon. You know what I mean? Gets knocked down probably, and then he stands over Bobby. At that point, I think Linda is probably down because she got shot in her back. But he stands over Bobby and reloads and kills him. And why the angry reload? Because you just got punched in your face, because you almost just failed at killing a teenager that was unarmed. You know what I mean? And when, as far as motive, and people say like the lover lanes, this and that, like, let's look at Zodiac's ego in the letters. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah. I'm a demon. I collect souls. I'm an all-powerful being. That was enough anger, if that happened to him in 63, to probably carry him for those first 2 or 3 canonicals, because he's and that's only the ones we know about. Like, did that happen on some unsolved crime again, where he tried to kill kids and messed it up again? So that's my whole thing. It's like, motive, probably the fact that he kept messing up in the early days, and then almost messed up the first 3 canonicals, which are supposed to be his grand masterpiece. Paul Stein, I don't know. We don't know what happened, right?
Yeah,
but like Grinnell says, the bruises on the rib cage and the lungs, maybe a mess up at Presidio Heights too, which is absolutely pathetic, because that's the last one. He's now done it 4 times, and then he's sitting in the back. Paul hits the brake. Zodiac probably lurches forward and almost drops his gun. And then he's like, damn, I almost messed that one up too. No wonder he retires. No wonder he stops doing it publicly. He couldn't get the job right, because he's intellectually this is another thing that I would say that goes against hitman, motorcycle club member, Sicilian assassin, mafioso, enforcer, soldier. No hitman for the mafia would have missed those shots at Blue Rock Springs. You know what I mean? They, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless, like I said before, he's like, okay, I'm a professional hitman, so I'm going to purposely miss these shots so it doesn't look like I'm a professional shooter. Like, that's the only universe where that stacks up. You know what I mean? I don't think that dude, if it's a professional killer, a contract killer, Zodiac was intellectually intelligent as far as the coding, the cipher, certain things he did. But as far as a high crime execution IQ, no. Where do you see that in the Zodiac canonical crimes? You know what I mean? It's not in his shooting. It's not in his stabbing, right? It's maybe when he tied them up, although he let Cecilia do it first and then he tightened it. So he really didn't even do that himself. So there's no like pattern with Zodiac where you see like he's totally dominating the victims and he's totally controlling everything and he's getting the perfect outcome that he wants. It's just not happening,
No, I agree 100% with you, Russ.
he had an executioner's hood and a knife and a gun, and you're not concerned. Was he tripping on acid? Well, I don't think he really saw the gun until Zodiac drew it. He probably had his like windbreaker and crap over the, you know, it was on the holsters at his hip. I don't think he saw it until, and keep in mind, Brian questioned him on the firearm. Hey, is that thing even loaded? Because they're going to ask me, what does Zodiac do? Boop, bunch of rounds, full clip. So you can't say Brian didn't press him because he did. Yo, show me the, and again, like me and Brian are kind of similar in the, I'm going to say, yo, is the gun loaded? I'm from an East Coast major city. Like, you got to show me. You can't just walk over here and take my, even if you got a knife on you, bro, we're fighting. You're probably going to stab me a bunch of times, sure, but we're fighting, you know? Like, I'm going to punch you in your face, you know? So,
I agree.
The only difference is after I asked him, I would have said, when he started with the I'm escaped prisoner from Montana, I would have said, oh yeah, did you stop and sew that bib yourself? You know, like, I know that sounds like super sarcastic for you guys, but I would have, the reason why I would have did that is I would have seen, can I get this guy off his game? If he gets mad, the second he gets mad and starts yelling at me and gets unfocused, boom, sock him in his face, try to grab the knife out of the sheath, try to grab the gun, whichever one I'm closer to, pull the bib over his face. I pull the bib up over his face. Like, that's how it's going to go for me. I'm going to, you know, I'm not just going to let him go into this 45-minute freaking speech that he memorized. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't give a shit if you're a escaped convict or, you know, oh, you killed a couple prisoners. Well, that's cool. You killed a couple prison guards. That's cool. I'm not a prison guard, bro. Like, I'm a random guy at the lake. So you're gonna have to approach me differently than, oh my God, you're an escaped prisoner from like 45 states away in Montana. Here, tie me up. No, that's not. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that type of guy. Like, you know. But actually, you know what? He walked up with the gun, like in the movie. So So I mean, you know, that's the thing, right? Like, if a dude again. Jerome was kind of just saying, yeah, if a dude walks up on you with a gun on you, that's a situation. But then saying, I just want to rob you, but didn't he try to give him the change, Jerome, and he didn't even pick it up? So right off the bat, I'm like, you just asked me for the money, I just gave it to you, and you didn't put it in your pocket, you know? So even though he didn't have much money on him, you know? So that's the thing, like, you're not going to try to steal the car. You're not going to try to steal the car. You're not going to try to steal anything of value. Didn't he throw him the keys and he just left it on the blanket? So it's like, it doesn't, if you're someone like me that knows crime, it doesn't really fit the MO of he's robbing me. You know what I mean? Again, I'm from a different kind of family, guys. I'm from it. You know what I mean? So I just look at these things differently, but you know,
I see the same. Yeah.
It's like, now if he just walked up to you and shot Cecilia in her face without saying anything, well, okay. Yeah. It seems like a serial killer, you know what I mean? So that's going to put you on high alert, you know, but I don't know that I think Lake Berryessa is the most interesting just because of the victim interaction. You know, you don't have it that we know of. You know, no witnesses at Lake Herman.
Yeah. And we learn about his costume. We know that just little thing that his hands are shaking. We don't know why. We know that he need to have a discussion before acting. We don't know why either, but it's a fact. He tried to ruse, to make ruse, but for what purpose, I don't know. Like you say, he asked the key car of Brian, but he didn't take it. He left on the blanket. So
the whole time
for rubber.
In the back and forth conversation, like you were just saying, like, I'm going to put myself in the situation. The whole time you're asking me stuff, I'm watching your actions. You just asked me for money. You just said you need the car. I just gave you the change. I just gave you the key, but you left it there and you're focusing on us. You're not picking up any of the things that you said you needed for your robbery. So I'm watching, are your words matching your actions? You're asking me for these things. I'm giving it to him. Then you're taking out rope and giving it to the girl, telling her to tie me up. Well, you don't got to do that to steal my stuff. You got the gun on you. We're unarmed. You could just take the blanket with the keys and the change on it and just throw it over your shoulder and walk back up to your car and be like, I just robbed the couple down there. They don't have a gun. They can't do anything about it. But you start doing this weird crap. And then John's, who was that? Rob or John, one of you guys said something about Brian not being alert that he has the executioner mask on and he's doing all this weird crap. Well, here's the thing. neither Brian or Cecilia were from Northern California, so they weren't familiar with the Zodiac or the Zodiac crimes. And just because he walks up with the symbol, if you don't recognize the symbol, you're not necessarily going to know that's the Zodiac. So there's no way to be like, this is a serial killer that shot two people at Lake Herman and Blue Rock. You know what I mean? It's, as far as you're concerned, it's you don't know what it's going to be until it pops off. I mean, Gorilla Train, he wanted someone to be left alive to retell the story. The problem is he missed Brian's heart by was it less than half an inch? So he had no way to know. Actually, when he called Slate, he said, I murdered two people, right? He tried to claim it like it was two kills. He didn't find out Brian lived until Brian's interview on the news. And then that's when I think he writes another letter basically in response. Yeah, the whole theory that he wanted someone to be alive to retell the story is very interesting, but we have no way of knowing, because if that blade goes slightly over and hits Brian's heart, Brian bleeds out, then the witness is gone. You know what I mean?
He was near to kill him because the stab.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say not smart enough to save his girl. You got to keep in mind, Brian was pre-law, so he was he's a very what would you call that? Textbook guy, right? So he studies sociology and law, and what he's thinking of, what they tell you in police protocol is if you're being robbed, comply, otherwise you might anger the assailant, and then they're just going to stab you or shoot you unnecessarily when you could have just gave him your wallet. So I don't necessarily dock Brian for having that kind of typical response, because and it's not just him. If he's by himself, maybe he just grabs the gun, but he's with his female friend. So are you really going to gamble on your friend's life? I can understand being in 1969 and being hey, if it was just me, I would just grab this guy's gun out of his hand and we would go at it. But you got another person with you. It's kind of you can't really make that call on this other victim's life, But yeah, I get it though. I mean, but there's other applications of the costume, if Zodiac got chased out of there by law enforcement, he's got the costume on you. Yeah. People have brought that up before.
Yeah.
Well, she told him there was a strange guy back there, but he was pretty far back, man. He was it wasn't 10 feet or anything. So
no.
And there's people hunting and fishing down there. You got to keep in mind. So it's not it's a vacation destination. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, by the time he went behind the tree, put the hood on, walked out with the gun, you know.
And it was a really nice place. So this is not weird that people are there to spend time. So there is nothing to be afraid at the beginning.
Yeah, no, it's a weird thing, man. It's a weird interaction. I mean, I think that's why we're all so enamored by it. It's just it's nothing like the first two. It's not really like Presidio Heights. So that's what's so strange. Why is there a living victim? Why does he wear a hood in broad daylight? I mean, those are the same questions we've raised on this panel 50 times.
Again.
There's no good answer. There's no good answer.
No.
He walks down there in daylight. Maybe he wanted the daylight to write on Brian's car with his dates and his kind of graffito. I don't know why he couldn't have just done that at night, Jerome. He could have just had a flashlight with him. But it makes it easier to write it by day. I'll give Zodiac that. But again, why doesn't he just go down there at night like he did Lake Herman Road and Blue? I guess there would be less people, but there's people camping. Hood Garcia, that's at night. Plenty of Santa Barbara beach attacks on male-female couples that are at night. So it's hard to say. Why doesn't he just keep he does Paul Stein at night? So why doesn't he just keep the nighttime thing going? Yeah,
that's true.
He might have wanted to use the costume again to test his potential victims, see if they recognize the symbol. The LB victims living to describe it might have been a root of that plan. Yeah, I like that a lot, Dehan. I like that a lot. Brian was a guy who would never go for that gun. Being there was a failure. I mean, he mentioned it. I wouldn't say he's a wussy. I mean, he mentioned it though, so he at least thought about it, right? Like we got to give him that. He at least thought about it. A lot of people wouldn't even think about it. Here, Mr. Z, tie me up, man in the hood. Please do whatever you want with me. You know, like, and you can't blame people. Some guy walks up to you in public with a freaking 45 in his hand, unless you have your own firearm. You know, how do you handle that? Like Dehan said, with David Rayfield, he seemed to turn the complete other direction and walk away up a hill with his back to them just because a 16-year-old kid had a 22, Jerome. It's like, you know, not that crazy. I don't know. I think that's all I got, Jay. You?
Yeah, me too.
Good stuff. And good stuff. What about you, Bud? What's next for you?
Again.
Just panels? You got any new shows?
Wednesday, I will receive. Yeah. There is Wednesday. I receive Sharon and Jess. Jess, who's running a YouTube channel for 5 years now, talking about true crime, but true crime who occurred in UK and other places in the world, but not especially crime we are aware of. So that she's talking about little true crime story, but who are really interesting. And that's what she do for 5 years now. So it will be really nice to talk to her. And Sharon is like my sister, and I already received her a lot of time. And she have a great channel named We Are Thy Voice, where she interview convicted people who were wrongfully convicted, like Ray Gilbert, like this is my cat who is there.
Good stuff. Are you and there he is, the guard cat. Hey buddy.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
Are you and Ned still doing the weekend shows?
Yeah, but like Ned will move make his comeback in the United States.
Nice.
He will be off for a little while because he restart to work. So for a while we will just have Zodiac Monday with the panel and some interview. I will have in the near future. I will have Steve Odell, the Mr. Odell, who think that his father was the killer of Elizabeth Short and was also the Zodiac killer. But everybody has the right to think what he wants. So I'm going to receive him when he will be he will have the time. But for now, he is on a new documentary. So he had talked with his lawyer, and his lawyer told him to do not know any interview or nothing on internet. Or so for now he's not doing anything. But in the near future, I'm going to receive him, and I will try to have also David Orenchak to talk with him about his findings and how he proceed. And I will try also to have Earl Van Yak, like he's living in Belgium and I live in Belgium. So
yeah.
I will try to have him in the show. And
awesome.
And other stuff like this in the future.
Excellent, bro. Got some good stuff planned. Everybody definitely make sure to subscribe to Mr. B and PXF.
Subscribe to Planet Extreme Rocks. It's an excellent channel.
Yeah, not really much else new going on. Like I said, obviously CooperCon. If you're in the Pacific Northwest, hit up the CooperCon website and the Instagram. That's at the Museum of Flight in Seattle. So definitely check that out if you're you're a Cooper guy or into heists or heist crimes, I think Cooper is probably the most interesting heist in American history.
Oh yeah,
being an unsolved skyjacking, the only unsolved skyjacking in U.S. history. So definitely CooperCon this weekend. Check that out, guys, in Seattle. I thought I had one more other thing, but now it has.
240.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I need that new Zodiac speaking episode with Rich, Morph, and Ned. I mentioned it earlier. I need to check that out. So, and then Drew's got the new. I started watching Drew's episode on the Zodcast. The Arthur Lee Allen. Does he match the face composite sketch?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit behind. I got to catch up on some stuff, guys. I got to catch up on Drew, and I got to catch up on that new Zodiac.
Oh, Drew is there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, Drew's at CooperCon. Definitely go. Hopefully, Drew has some books and stuff. Maybe if you guys get Paratrooper of Fortune, maybe Drew can sign it for you. We're on our way out, Drew. It's been a long one. I was only on the end, but Jerome and the boys were going for like 5.5 here. So,
yeah,
you guys are beasts. I don't know how you do it, like the chat was saying, bro. I don't know how you guys do it. I'm so spent after 2 hours.
I don't know. I have the energy, and I like to interact with everybody, and everybody's nice, and it's always a pleasure.
The audience likes it. That's what's important.
I think so. Yeah.
Do it for you guys.
If the audience enjoy, it's a win.
Hell yeah. Good stuff, my man. I think I could go out on that note. I'll like I said, I'm wrapped up for a couple of weeks. I'll try to make it back when I can, but Jerome always sends me the link when I'm able to jump for you guys.
Always. Yeah.
Good stuff.
And you are always welcome, Ross. You are here at home, so
thank you, brother. Appreciate it. And I'm down for a Cobain episode too, because I want to pick your brain on that. So let's get that scheduled. I don't know if I'll be able to cram it in this year, but if we don't get it in the next couple months, then maybe I'll have on Jerome in January. We'll do Cobra. I take it you've watched Soaked in Bleach on Netflix.
Yes, I saw it. Yeah.
What'd you think?
The same thing I think from the beginning.
More convincing than the mainstream narrative, right? Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but they've got like Cyril Wetch in there. They bring up some great points, you know. So not perfect, but definitely better than what Courtney says, which, you know, he was by himself in the greenhouse and he wrote all these letters and we all knew how suicidal he was. That doesn't seem to be it. That doesn't seem to be the story. Actually, if you guys are into Cobain, I would say check out, he's got some new uploads too. My homie, American Spy Fox, Charlie Elliott, he's on my Cobain Conspiracy Volume 1, and Charlie's chance is freaking amazing. His channel's amazing. Yeah. His series on Cobain and just his Nirvana knowledge, his grunge knowledge. Dude is literally a grunge encyclopedia. So, I'm always pushing that one. I'm fascinated by it. You can see Jerome's background. I'm a Nirvana fanboy. So, a lot of questions there. And I'll obviously check out my last Zodiac Files with Jerome. That's his theory. Donald Lee Cheney's Folly Ado. So, I think that's next for me and Jerome. Cobain, and then when we get to it, I've been talking about this for literally years, is JFK. I know we got to break it down and compartmentalize it, but JFK is one of the top ones for me. I don't do a lot publicly on it, but privately, JFK guy.
Oh yeah, me too.
There's just too many layers, like Jerome was saying. It's that you think Zodiac is multi-layered. JFK is the inception of true crime cases. It's the most confused you will ever be in your life. It makes Cobain look like a local in a local small thing, you know.
JFK is the top of the top.
Yeah, it's up there, man. That's wild. Even the way did you watch the X-Files back in the day? The show, the X-Files?
The X-Files, yeah.
Did you saw how like they did with like the smoking man, how they had him like in he shot from the gutter in the I thought the way they did that was creative. I mean, I don't know that that's the way it went down, but like there's that version that they showed, and then there's obviously the movie JFK, Oliver Stone. I assume you've seen that. So yeah, I mean, I thought Stone had a pretty. I know like what the historians say is like it's too conspiratorial, but like I thought the way Stone had it was like made a lot of sense, you know. It's a movie, but his narrative made a lot of sense.
His narrative was really convincing, and he had found a lot of good points in his observation.
Yep.
And I do agree with a lot of things.
Yeah. Same. I agree with a lot of that, especially the whole the Cuban revolutionary thing with them training the camp and like what was that? Joe Pesci's character. Like I thought that was amazing. You know, I need to rewatch it. I need to rewatch it.
Oh, this movie is amazing.
I've seen it a few times, but damn, it's so good. Rob Beansman, Cobain was killed because they make more money not having to pay him, and made them more famous after. There's a lot of people who think that, you know, I can consider that angle. You know what I mean? There's something strange going on. I don't really buy like the corporate label thing because that is a little weird. But follow the money though. I mean, who inherited all the who inherited it all? That's who you got to look at, right? And it only points in one direction. I'm sure Jerome.
Oh yeah.
All right,
everything pointed on Courtney. Sure.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna slide. Au revoir, Jerome.
Au revoir, Ross, and thank you very much again.
Thank you, guys. Great show. Shout out to the chat, Drew. Everybody who came through. Druzer, everybody was on before me. Good stuff, Boyd. Love you guys.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great show, brothers. I'll tap in next time, Jay. Have a good night, brother.
Have a good night. Take care, Ross.
Peace, my friends.
Peace. Thank you very much, everybody, to have stayed for 5 hours and 35 minutes. It's excellent. You guys are crazy, completely crazy, but I love you. Really, I love you. So it's done for me. It's my cat. Grigri. Cute name, Grigri. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Eduard. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Mr. GFZ. Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much to everyone who has spent all this time with us and support us the way you do is just excellent. Like I say all the time, the best way to support this channel is just to watch it. And that's what you do. And thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. So we will see you on Wednesday, same hour, 9 p.m. Belgium time, with Sharon and Jess for a special show. You will see it will be really interesting because we will going to talk about a lot of cases that nobody had never heard. If you don't know the channel of Jess and you don't follow her since 5 years, there is a lot of cases you never heard about, and this is a lot of sad story, but in the same time it's the reality. And for Sharon, we will talk about this channel and about what she said and what she do on her channel, which is incredible because she receives and she interview people who was wrongfully convicted, and people like Jess who run a channel to talking about true crime story that we don't know, especially we are not aware of. And Sharon had always made an amazing job for everything. She has made all this stuff by herself here. The graphics, she has made the intro, she has made the outro, she has made the graphics for the channel. Everything she touched, it's turned gold because she's gold. Her art is gold. And Jess is the same. She's so lovely. I hope you will appreciate her, but I have no doubt you will appreciate her. So thank you, Cheryl. And I wish you to spend a good week. We see you on Wednesday night for me. And take care of yourself. Like I say all the time, take care of yourself, take care of your loved one, and try to stay yourself. Don't change, stay true, and peace.